Chapter 119. Although Chu Wanning did not hear what Rongjiu was shouting behind him, he understood without further explanation that Rongjiu was deliberately provoking him in the warehouse just now. He wanted him to be angry so that he could find the right time to escape and tell on him, thinking about how he would always think twice before anything, but now when it came to matters related to Mo Ran, he was no longer so calm. He was actually tricked by a fool with just a few words. Chu Wanning was a little speechless. He looked at Mo Ran running in front of him and could not help but ask, after that, "Did you go to the Peach House again?" Unexpectedly hearing this name that he had almost forgotten, Mo Ran staggered and scolded, "Rongjiu, that bastard. He said that I went to the Peach House again. How could I go there again? Master, are you angry because of this and saying that I lied to you? After the good and evil stage, I never went to those places again. I did not lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can use the ghost to tie me up and interrogate me." "Oh, no need." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and looked at the ghost that he was still holding tightly in his hand. He thought about how he did not ask and used the willow vine to beat Mo Ran up. It was really... Wait a minute, Shenwu. The ghostly flames illuminated his eyes and brows, making them look extremely bright. Chu Wanning stared at them for a moment, and her heart was already in turmoil. She tried to channel the ghostly flow into her palm, and immediately felt a powerful and abundant energy rush into her palm in an unending stream. Chu Wanning suddenly understood where to get the source of spiritual power. Between the living and the dead, although they could no longer exchange spiritual power, the spiritual power of Shenwu did not matter whether it was human, ghost, god, or demon. As long as the weapon itself did not resist, then it was the same. Mo Ran was running halfway when he suddenly felt that Chu Wanning had stopped. He immediately turned around and asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong?" His face was still covered in blood, making him look even more pitiful when contrasted with his bright black eyes. Chu Wanning pursed his lips. He was a little embarrassed but also a little reluctant. However, the pride in his bones made him feel that even though he had wronged Mo Ran, this kid did indeed have a relationship with those Zhang Sanrong and Zhou girls in the past. He deserved to be beaten. After thinking for a moment, Chu Wanning did not know what kind of tone he should use to face him. So, he could only continue to say without any tone or expression, "Mo Ran, stand still and move to the side of the palace wall." "Oh, what?" Chu Wanning said lightly. "Let me show you a magic trick." Before he could understand what his master meant, he saw the ghost's red light continuously flow into Chu Wanning's remnant soul, enveloping his entire soul in a layer of scorching flames. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide and watched Chu Wanning and the ghost for a moment. Suddenly the flames disappeared. The man in the golden red robe held the willow vine that was spitting flames and turned to him. "Mo Ran, give the ghost an order." Mo Ran already vaguely knew what he was going to do. Although he found it hard to believe, he immediately shouted, "The ghost is like me, listen to his orders." The willow vine in Chu Wanning's hand hissed and flowed, bursting into a string of sparkling red sparks. The willow leaves on the vine glowed brightly and emitted a brilliant light. Chu Wanning raised his other hand, his fingertips brushing the ghost's vine inch by inch. Wherever his fingertips passed, brilliance surged. At this time, thousands of ghost soldiers had already arrived not far in front of the two of them. Behind the two of them was the towering palace wall that was sealed by the barrier. There was no way to retreat. However, Chu Wanning did not plan to retreat. A ray of light splashed out from his eyes, forming thousands of ripples. A strong wind suddenly blew, and his robes fluttered wildly. Chu Wanning held the willow vine and fiercely whipped it in the air. In an instant the ghost rushed out like a dragon, golden light shining brightly, illuminating the night sky. The ghost obeyed Mo Ran's orders and no longer rejected Chu Wanning. Instead, it continuously gathered its own powerful spiritual energy into Chu Wanning's soul. Chu Wanning's eyes flashed with a dazzling light, and his voice was deep and steady, "Ghost, 10,000 coffin." Boom! In an instant countless golden red willow vines broke out of the ground, tearing the majestic palace into broken bricks and tiles. Thick and strong vines tightly held the ghost soldiers and ghosts, dragging them to the center of the willow vines and sealing them. Mo Ran looked at everything in front of him in amazement, watching the divine marshal and the remnant soul respond and fuse together. Chu Wanning's robes fluttered, and his ink-black hair was like smoke. In life and in death, there was this world-shaking, blazing heroic spirit that was unstoppable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Wanning suddenly rushed back and pressed his hand against the palace wall. In just a short while, he immediately found the weak point of the barrier. 9 feet up, 4 inches to the right, you use fire to attack. Mo Ran immediately jumped up as he said, and before the ghosts in the palace had time to react, he gathered the fiery curse in his palm and smashed it at the location Chu Wanning pointed at. In an instant, the earth and mountains shook, and the sky-high palace walls quickly collapsed, returning to their original height and appearance. The ceiling barrier that guarded the surroundings was also instantly torn apart, collapsing into pieces. Get out! There was no need to say it a second time. Mo Ran jumped to the top of the wall, turned around and pulled Chu Wanning, who came up behind him. The two of them broke out of the palace of the 4 ghost kings, and their figures were extremely fast, disappearing into the boundless night sky in an instant. In the narrow alley, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran each leaned against a wall, looking at each other and said nothing. In the end, Mo Ran couldn't hold it in and laughed. That old ghost is probably going to die of anger. When he grinned, the wound on his cheek hurt. Chu Wanning said, "Don't laugh." Mo Ran stopped laughing. In the dim alley, his eyelashes fluttered, and his dark, gentle eyes looked at the other person. "Shizun, are you still angry with me?" If he had said, "Shizun, you've wronged me," Chu Wanning might have felt uncomfortable, but he asked if he was still angry. Chu Wanning hesitated for a moment, then silently changed the topic. "Hurry up and cast your spell. We escaped from the palace of the 4 ghost kings." He won't have the face to tell the other ghost kings for a while, but it might not be so if we delay for a long time. When he heard this, he knew that Chu Wanning wasn't going to leave. His heart, which had been tense since just now, finally relaxed. Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh again. Yes. As he laughed, it hurt again, and he couldn't help but cover his face. "Chu Wanning." Mo Ran took out the spirit-guiding lamp and held it in his hands. He lowered his head and silently recited the incantation. After repeating it 3 times, the spirit-guiding lamp suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. He seemed to hear Master Huizue's chanting through the rushing water of the yellow springs, and through the tranquil forgetfulness river reeds. "When will you return? When will you return?" That voice was very faint, and it was almost impossible to distinguish. After a while, the chanting of "When will you return" seemed to be closer, and then Master Huizue's voice sounded in Mo Ran's ears. "Why are there 2 earthly spirits?" Master Huizue's hazy voice carried a trace of doubt. Mo Ran closed his eyes, and in his mind, he told everything to Huizue. That faint voice was silent for a moment, then said, "You saw Shunfeng Restaurant's Chu Sun?" "Yes, Master." "It's nothing. Since Master Chu said that it's normal to have 2 earthly spirits, that should be the case." Huizue said, "It's just that I've never tried to summon 2 earthly spirits from the world of spirits and souls at the same time. It will take a little longer, so I'll have to trouble almsgiver Mo to wait a little longer." Mo Ran glanced at the 4 Kings' Palace and asked, "How long will it take? We just came out of the 4 Kings' Palace, I don't know when they'll catch up." "It won't be too long, please be assured." Almsgiver Mo Huizue said this, and his voice became even fainter. After a while, it was completely drowned out by the chanting of, "When will you return?" Chu Wanning couldn't hear Huizue's voice, and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" "Master's soul is special, so the master said to wait a little longer." Mo Ran said, "This place is too close to the palace, let's walk a little further." Chu Wanning nodded and the two walked to a corner. At this time, the sky was almost bright, and the old man who had led the way before was preparing to pack up his stall. When he saw Mo Ran, he exclaimed in surprise, "Aya, you found him?" Mo Ran didn't expect to meet him again, and was stunned for a moment, then said, I found him. Thank you very much, uncle." "What's there to thank? It's the little immortal's good luck." "Eh? Why is your face broken?" "Oh, it was hit by the Een soldier's soul-scattering whip." Mo Ran made up a story. "No wonder I've said that normal things shouldn't be able to hurt ghosts, AI. How painful must it be?" The old man thought for a moment, then put down the tray that he had cleaned up, and cooked 2 bowls of small wonton, and held it out to them. "These leftovers won't be sold today, I'll treat you to some before you leave. Mo Ran thanked him, and watched as the old man picked up the basket again, and leisurely walked away. Only then did he put the bowl of soup on the small stone bench next to him. Chu Wanning didn't like to eat green onions, so the old man sprinkled some green onions in the wonton soup. Mo Ran scooped out the green onions in front of him, and then switched with Chu Wanning's bowl and said, "Master, eat this bowl." Chu Wanning glanced at him but didn't refuse and picked up the spoon to slowly taste it. Mo Ran watched him eat, the cold soup of the ghost realm touching his light-colored lips, and the wonton and soup didn't disappear at all. The authentic way of eating ghosts. Is it good? It's okay. It's not as good as your dragon hands. Cough. Chu Wanning was caught off guard, and as if he had choked, he abruptly raised his head and stared in astonishment at the person in front of him who was holding his chin and looking at him with a smile. He suddenly felt like a clam that had been forcefully ripped off its shell and exposed to the scorching sun, with not a single secret left. What dragon hands? Elder Yuheng frowned, his expression solemn, and tried to play dumb to hide his master's prestige. Stop pretending. But before he could pick up his master's prestige, Mo Ran's hand reached out to ruffle his hair and smashed it to pieces. Chu Wanning was very angry at this, and also very depressed. I know everything. Mo Ran took out the lantern that contained the human soul from his Chenkuan bag, and placed it next to the stone bench, saying, Master was awkward when he was alive, but in the netherworld, only the human soul is honest. I made it for you, but Mo Ran raised his eyebrows, and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. But what? Guilt in your heart? Fear that you'll be hungry? Regret it? He couldn't say these things out loud. Chu Wanning felt that there was a hidden illness in his heart. He always had a self-esteem that was much stronger than that of ordinary people. He regarded being good to others, liking someone, and having attachments as shameful things. Through many years of wind and rain, he was used to being alone, and became a tall and straight giant tree that towered into the sky. This kind of giant tree would never sway like a flower, provoking people, nor would it sway with the wind like a vine tickling people's hearts. He just stood there silently and solemnly. He was very steady and also very reliable. He silently sheltered the people passing by from the wind and rain, and provided shade for the people leaning against the tree to enjoy the shade. Perhaps it was because the tree was really too tall, too lush, that people had to deliberately raise their heads to discover. So this gentle shade was cast by him. But those passers-by who came and went, none of them raised their heads, and none of them discovered him. People's vision was always used to looking at places that were lower than themselves, or at most the same level as themselves, so he gradually got used to it. Being used to it, it became natural. In fact, there was no one in the world who was born to be dependent, or born to be relied on. It was just that those who always clung to the strong would become more and more charming, more and more gentle, stretching out their boneless waists, flattering, and sweet-talking to obtain a piece of the world. And there was another kind of person such as Chu Wanning. Ever since he left the mountain, he had always been the one who was relied on. This kind of person would become more and more resolute, more and more strong. Later on, his face would become iron, and his heart would become tempered steel. These people were used to seeing other people's weakness, seeing all the servile and charming bones in the world, so they were extremely unwilling to reveal even the slightest bit of softness. They were people who held swords, so they had to be fully armed, ready for battle. They couldn't reveal their weakness, and they didn't know what a gentle home was. After a long time, it seemed that they had forgotten. In fact, when people were born, they had feelings and intentions. There was hardness and softness. When they were children, they would cry and laugh, they would climb up after falling, and they would also yearn for a pair of hands to help them up. He might have once hoped for someone to help him up. But after waiting once, there was no one. The second time, there was still no one. He gradually got used to it in his disappointment. When someone really did come to help him up, he would only feel that it was unnecessary, and he would feel ashamed. It was just a fall. His leg wasn't broken, so why be pretentious? What if his leg was broken? This kind of person would think. Oh, it was just a broken leg, he wasn't dead, so why be pretentious? What if he was dead? Even if he became a ghost, he would still think. He was dead anyway, so it would be pretentious to say more. They were trying hard to get rid of the pretentiousness of being born weak, but unknowingly they fell into another kind of pretentiousness. Each one of them suffered from an illness of self-esteem, and it was incurable. Mo Ran looked at this incurable person, waiting to see what he would say. In the end, Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He pursed his lips and dryly put down the soup spoon. He was very unhappy. So after a while, he suddenly stood up and said, "Try casting another spell. I want to enter the spirit guiding lamp." Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Is the spirit guiding lamp a conch shell? If you're embarrassed, you can hide in it." Chu Wanning's expression was dignified, and he flicked his sleeve. "Embarrassed? Tell me, what is there for me to be embarrassed about?" Shizun is embarrassed, of course, because he didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned to say it. Chu Wanning felt as if he had been pricked by a needle, and said, "Shut up, because you're good to me." Mo Ran also stood up. The red clouds of the ghost realm floated across the sky, and the dim crescent moon peeked out, sprinkling a layer of frost on the ground, and also illuminating Mo Ran's face. He was no longer smiling, and his expression was solemn and serious. "Shizun, I know you're good to me. I don't know if you'll remember what I'm saying now, but no matter what, I want to tell you. From now on, you'll be one of the most important people in this world. Your disciple did many ridiculous things in the past, and even though he clearly had the best Shizun in the world, he still harbored resentment. Now that I think about it, I feel very regretful." Chu Wanning looked at him. Mo Ran said, "Shizun is the best Shizun, and your disciple is the worst disciple." Chu Wanning was originally a little uneasy, but when he heard Mo Ran use his pitiful words to express himself, he tried his best, but he was still so clumsy. After a while he couldn't hold it in anymore, and finally smiled faintly. "Oh." He nodded and repeated, "Shizun is the best Shizun, and your disciple is the worst disciple. You finally have some self-awareness." Chu Wanning was never a greedy person. He gave others a lot, but asked for very little. Even though he didn't have Mo Ran's friendship, but to be able to treat him as the most important person, as the best Shizun, that was not bad. He was originally a person who was very poor emotionally, so poor, but he wasn't willing to beg. Someone was willing to give him a small piece of hot sesame seed cake to nibble on. He felt very happy nibbling on the cake in small bites, and was very satisfied. But Mo Ran, the stupid guy, looked at this piece of soul in a daze, and was also amused by himself. The grass was growing and the orioles were flying. He was indescribably happy. He said, "Shizun, you should smile more. You look better when you smile than when you don't." Chu Wanning, on the other hand, did not smile. Self-esteem disease. He felt that looking good was a praise that wildflowers and weeds should get for showing off, like Rongjio. He didn't want it. But Mo Ran was still thinking hard to praise his good Shizun. "Shizun, do you know when you smile? Only that word can describe." He was trying hard to think of a word to describe the beautiful scene just now. Something related to laughter. The clapper in the underworld sounded 3 more times. This person's mind was blessed, and he blurted out, "Yes. Smiling in the underworld." Chu Wanning was really angry this time. He didn't want to pay attention to Mo Ran anymore. He suddenly waved his sleeves, held up the spirit guiding lamp, and said sternly, "Mo Wave, you're so long-winded. Aren't you going to cast your spell? If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll go back to the palace of the 4 kings myself. It's better than returning to the human world and listening to your nonsense all day long." Mo Ran was stunned. Smiling in the underworld. Did he use it wrong? In the underworld he had a very beautiful smile. There was nothing wrong with it. Arguing at the intersection was after all a bit too flamboyant. Mo Ran didn't know what he said wrong, but since his Shizun asked him to shut up, he would shut up. Thinking of this, Mo Ran scratched his head and pulled Chu Wanning to a corner. At this time, the slow chanting in his mind was getting louder and louder. Mo Ran tried to ask Huizue, "Master, is it almost done?" There was a moment of silence, and then there was the sound of a wooden fish. Huizue's voice seemed to be right next to his ear. It became very clear. "It's almost done." As soon as Huizue's voice fell, bits of golden light floated out from Chu Wanning's second soul. The soul standing in front of him became fainter and fainter as the golden light dispersed, until it suddenly turned into thousands of fireflies, flowing into the soul lamp like a river of stars. Mo Ran heard the master's chanting. It came through the rushing and vigorous water of the yellow springs, and through the quiet and serene Wang River reads, "When will you return? When will you return?" All the bitterness was gradually washed away by this long Buddhist voice, which was close to a sigh. Mo Ran hugged the soul lamp, only to feel his body become lighter and lighter, more and more illusory. Dong! There was a crisp sound of a wooden fish. Like a sharp blade, it suddenly shattered this absent-minded chanting. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes, as if he was awakened. Everything in the world of spirits and souls dissipated, as if it was just a dream not long ago. He found himself lying on a bamboo raft. The bamboo raft stopped at the bridge of helplessness at the peak of life and death. Under the bamboo raft, there was an endless flow of water surging, splashing waves. The sky was crab blue, but it was stained with a thin layer of red. Bamboo leaves fluttered on both sides of the river. Thousands of leaves and thousands of sounds were fresh and tender. Dawn seemed to be coming. He blinked absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he found that the soul lamp in his arms was gone. He was so shocked that he sat up abruptly. "Master! Don't shout," someone said lightly. Mo Ran gasped like a person who had experienced a nightmare. He turned his pale face and saw Huizue sitting on the shore, knocking on the wooden fish on the bluestone and lifting his eyelids. "Even if you shout, he can't hear you now." The soul-guiding lamp was placed next to the wooden fish, overflowing with colorful light and sparkling with golden splendor. Chu Waning's soul power was indescribably beautiful. Huizue picked up the soul-guiding lamp, stood up from the rock, and nodded at Mo Ran. "Young benefactor Mo, you did very well." Mo Ran got up with a grunt and jumped from the bamboo raft to the shore. He pulled Huizue and asked anxiously, "Great master, let's go to Shuangtian Palace to find master's mortal body, right? Hurry, hurry, I'm afraid that if we're late, his soul will disperse again." Huizue couldn't help but laugh. "How can it disperse so easily?" Then he added, "Don't be anxious. This penniless monk has already sent benefactor Shui to speak to your sect master. Chu Waning's mortal body should have been moved to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. This penniless monk will enter seclusion there to cast a spell and transfer your master's soul back into her body." Mo Ran said. "Then let's go, let's go." Seeing Huizue's expression that was not a smile, he hurriedly said, "Great master, take your time, there's no rush, there's no rush." However, his eyebrows were clearly furrowed, and he subconsciously took a step forward. He even wanted to reach out and pull Huizue's sleeve. How could he not be in a rush? Huizue shook his head, sighed, and said with a smile, "Young benefactor, there's no use in being anxious." Mo Ran waved his hand. "No rush, no rush, no rush, safety is more important." Yes, safety is more important. When the soul leaves the body, it can't instantly return to the body. Otherwise, it will go against the will of the heavens and easily disperse. This poor monk will naturally take his time. "Yes, yes, yes. Good, good, good. Take your time." Mo Ran repeatedly agreed, but he still couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. He carefully asked, "Then how long will it take for master to be revived?" Huizue was very calm. 5 years. So that's how it is. 5 years is 5 years. Mo Ran turned pale with fright. He felt like he had been choked. 5 years at the earliest. Mo Ran. Chapter 120. The morning sun had just broken and the red clouds filled the sky. Although it was still early, a large group of disciples had already gathered outside the Red Lotus Pavilion. They were all dressed in white robes and stood on both sides of the road with their heads lowered. Dong dong dong. The morning bell rang from the Tongtian Tower. In the distance, a few people were slowly approaching with a coffin. The leaders were Shui Zhengyong and Elder Tanlang. Behind them were Mo Ran and Shui Meng. Shi Mei and a monk in an old kasaya stood on the left and right. They stepped on the slippery limestone road and gradually walked over from the thin fog. The monk held a lantern in his hand. Although the sky was already bright, the lantern's radiance did not diminish in the daytime. The golden brilliance was like summer flowers, bright and dazzling. All the disciples lowered their heads and concentrated on controlling their breathing. They had already heard that Master Huizue of Wubei Temple had come specially for Elder Yu Hong. They assumed that this ordinary-looking monk was him. For this legendary figure, the younger generation's reverence suppressed their curiosity. On the long mountain road, no one dared to look carefully. They only heard the sound of a cane and saw a pair of monk's shoes entwined with hemp grass pass by. The master floated away, leaving everyone standing solemnly. The coffin was steadily carried. Because it was resurrection and not burial, no one cried. When they reached the Red Lotus Pavilion, Huizue looked around and said, "Put it beside the lotus pond. There's plenty of spiritual energy there, and it's easy to cast spells." "Okay, we'll listen to the master." Shui Zhengyong led the others and placed the ice coffin there. "Master, if there's anything else you need, just tell me. You saved Yu Heng, which means you saved half of my life. I'll do my best to help you." "Thank you for your kindness, Master Shui," Huizue said. "I don't have anything to ask for now. If I do in the future, it won't be too late to tell you." "Okay, then don't be so polite." Huizue put his palms together and bowed to Shui Zhengyong with a faint smile. Then he turned around and looked at the others. "This humble monk needs 5 years to bring Elder Chu back to life. In order to avoid disturbances from today onwards, the Red Lotus Pavilion will be closed to all guests. 5 years later, on the day of Elder Chu's resurrection, it will reopen." Although Shui Meng had already heard about this before, when he heard Huizue say that Shizun wouldn't wake up until 5 years later, he couldn't help but tear up. He silently lowered his head. "Benefactors, if you wish to part ways with Elder Chu, please go to the coffin. After today, it will be over 1,000 days before we can meet again." Everyone went in order. First, it was Shui Zhengyong and the elders. One by one, they stood in front of the coffin and bid farewell. Shui Zhengyong said, "I hope we can meet again soon." Tanlang said, "Wake up early." Xuanji said, "I wish you all the best." Lutsuan sighed and said, "I'm a little envious of you. 5 years of time is frozen, so you don't look old anymore." The rest of the elders also had their own words. Soon it was Shui Meng's turn. Shui Meng wanted to hold it in, but he was used to being impulsive and couldn't hold it in. In the end, tears fell from his eyes beside Chu Wanning's coffin. He wiped his tears vigorously and said with a choked voice, "Shizun, even if you're not here, I'll practice my sword well. In the future, I won't embarrass you at the Spiritual Mountain Conference. When you wake up, I'll tell you my good ranking. Under my Shizun, there is no disciple who loses in words." Shui Zhengyong walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Shui Meng didn't hug his father as usual. Instead, he sniffled and stubbornly turned away. He didn't want to be a hedonistic youth who only relied on his father in front of his Shizun. Then it was Shimei's turn. Shimei's eyes were also wet. He didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at Chu Wanning for a while, then silently retreated to the side. After he left, a pale pink begonia flower was gently placed in the coffin. The hand that placed the flower still had the shape of a youth, but it was already very slender. Mo Ran stood beside the coffin. The wind gently blew across the lake, bringing in the fragrance of lotus flowers. The strands of hair by his forehead were a little messy from the wind, but he raised his hand to tidy up Chu Wanning's face. Mo Ran pursed his lips. He seemed to have a lot to say, but in the end, he only said softly in a hoarse voice, "I'll wait for you." "Wait for you for what?" He didn't say. He felt that he should want to say "wait for you to wake up," but it seemed that this sentence wasn't enough. It was as if there was no way to express the emotions that filled and squeezed his heart. It was as if there was boiling magma gathering in the bottom of his heart. The magma could not find an accurate exit, so it rampaged in his heart, causing him panic and pain. He felt that one day his heart would burst. When that time came, the lava would flow out of control, and he would be melted into ashes in that raging sea. But now he still wasn't sure what this passionate feeling was. So he only said, "I'll wait for you." The Red Lotus Pavilion finally closed. An enormous barrier fell. It was like a door that separated life and death, isolating everyone outside. From then on, the fragrance of the summer lotus and the silence of the winter snow. For a full 5 years, no one else could enjoy the scenery in the pavilion. Bamboo leaves rustled, begonia flowers fell, stretching from the outside of the Red Lotus Pavilion to the front of the mountain gate. All the disciples knelt down. Mo Ran, Shui Meng and Shimei knelt at the very front of this endless river. Shui Zhengyong's voice shook the forest and stopped the clouds. "Farewell, Elder Yu Heng is in seclusion. All the disciples bowed their heads and said in low voices, "Farewell, Elder Yu Heng is in seclusion." The voices of thousands of people converged into a stream, suddenly exploding in this smoky peak of life and death. It startled the crows, causing them to cry out in disgust. They circled the treetops but didn't dare to approach. The rumbling voices were like muffled thunder, crushing the rolling clouds and piercing the heavens. "Farewell, Shizun is in seclusion," Emo Ran said softly. He kowtowed, guarding the monarch for 5 years. After Yu Heng was in seclusion, his 3 direct disciples weren't willing to temporarily be under the tutelage of the other elders. They cultivated bitterly on their own. Shimei and Xuemeng stayed on the mountain because of their aptitudes and mantras, while Emo Ran chose to go on a long journey. However, the reason why he made this choice was not only because he was suited for training, but also because he had been reborn. Many things were different from the past. Putting aside the changes on Chu Waning's side, what he was most worried about was the fake Gauchen. He had a faint guess that the person hiding behind the scenes might have been reborn as well. After all, this person's mastery of the exquisite chess game could be said to be 80 to 90%. In his previous life, until he committed suicide, there wasn't a second person in the world who could use this forbidden technique to such an extent. Investigating the person's identity wasn't his forte. After the battle at Colorful Butterfly Town, the entire cultivation world was watching carefully, waiting for the old glutton in the dark to reveal his foxtail. This matter didn't require him to interfere too much. Emo Ran knew that he wasn't smart, but his spiritual energy was dense and his cultivation talent was amazing. Since there was destined to be another battle in the future, what he could do was to quickly return to the powerful strength he had before his rebirth. In his previous life he was the destroyer. In this life he wanted to be the protector. Not long after Chu Waning went into seclusion, Emo Ran stood in front of the mountain gate of the Peak of Life and Death. He carried a backpack and was about to leave. There weren't many people who came to send him off. They were Shuizhengyong, Madame Wang and Shimei. Shuizhengyong patted his shoulder and said awkwardly, "Menger didn't come," he said. Emo Ran smiled. "He said he wanted to practice his sword in the forest and didn't have time to send me off?" Shuizhengyong was even more embarrassed. He couldn't help but scold. "That little rascal is really insensible." Emo Ran smiled. He wants to be the champion in the Soul Mountain Conference, so it's natural for him to practice diligently. We'll have to rely on him to save face for Master. Shuizhengyong looked at Emo Ran hesitantly and said, "The Soul Mountain Conference is the pinnacle of the competition for orthodox immortal techniques. Ran-er is going to travel the world this time. Although he'll have a lot of strength, I'm afraid the conference won't recognize the mixed martial arts of the 3 religions and 9 sections. If we miss it because of this, it'll be a pity." Emo Ran said, "My cousin is there. Don't you want to get a ranking?" Emo Ran really laughed this time. Ranking. In his previous life, because he did something wrong at the Soul Mountain Conference, he was punished with confinement and didn't attend. He had resentment in his heart. But now it seemed that this small matter was nothing. He was a person who had experienced many life and death separations. In the flood of calamities, he was unwilling to accept it to desire, from desire to resentment, from resentment to relief, and from relief to guilt. Now what Emo Ran wanted was no longer good wine and beautiful women, worshipping for thousands of generations, revenge, resentment, and the thrill of killing. He had seen the endless prosperity of the clouds and was already tired of it. He didn't want to go back. He only felt that it was very cold there, and no one was by his side. They were all people who had been Emperor Ta. They had once called the wind and called the rain at the peak of Mount Tai and seen all the flowers in the world. They didn't care about the applause and cheers of the Soul Mountain. As for the ranking, whoever wanted to be ranked could be ranked. "I still want to do something else." Emo Ran laughed. "Xuemeng is a young master. A young master has a young master's way of living, but I'm a ruffian. A ruffian has his days." Madame Wang couldn't help but pity him. "Silly child, what are you saying? You and Menger are the same. There's no difference between a young master and a ruffian." Emo Ran laughed, but there was some bitterness. Born rich and born lowly, even if he was lucky enough to reach the peak of life and death, he had spent the previous 10 years muddling along. How could it be the same? But seeing Madame Wang's gentle and caring expression, he naturally couldn't say anything. He nodded and said, "Auntie is right. I didn't say it well." Madame Wang smiled and shook her head. She gave him a small pouch with Du Ruihua embroidered on it. She said, "You're traveling outside and there's no one to take care of you. Take this pouch. There's a lot of medicine in it. It's all made by me. It's better than what you can buy in a normal shop. Keep it carefully and don't drop it." Emo Ran was very grateful. "Thank you very much, Auntie." Shirmei said, "I don't have anything else to give you. I only have this jade pendant. Wear it. It's used to nourish your spiritual core." Emo Ran took it and looked at it. Indeed, the white jade was like congealed fat and was warm to the touch. It was actually an extremely rare item. He hurriedly stuffed the jade pendant back into Shirmei's hand. "I can't take this away. It's too precious. Moreover, my spiritual core is of the fire element. If I have to nourish it, I'm afraid I'll suffer from Qigong deviation." Shirmei laughed. "What nonsense! How can you suffer from Qigong deviation?" "I'm not taking it." Emo Ran was very insistent. "Your body is weak. It'll be better for you to wear it yourself. But I asked someone to buy it for you at the Xianyuan gathering." When Emo Ran heard him say this, he felt very warm, but more than that, he felt distressed. The items at the Xianyuan gathering all have sky-high prices. I really don't have much use for this jade pendant. However, it's very good for you. Shirmei, I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep this item for yourself. Remember to wear it every day to nourish your spiritual energy. Shirmei still wanted to say something, but Emo Ran had already untied the string of the jade pendant and helped him wear it. "It looks pretty good." He said this with a smile. He raised his hand and patted Shirmei's shoulder. "It's much more suitable for you to wear than for me. I'm such a rough person. I'm afraid that I'll break something in less than 2 days." Ranner is right. Although this jade pendant can be worn by anyone, it's still most comfortable for people with water spiritual cores. Muor, keep it for yourself. Since Madame Wang had spoken, Shirmei naturally listened to her. He nodded and said to Emo Ran, "Then take care of yourself. Don't worry. I'll write to you often." Parting was imminent. Shirmei was a little sad, but when he heard him say this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Only Shizun can understand the words you write." At the mention of Chu Wanning, Emo Ran didn't know what to feel in his heart. The bone-deep hatred had dissipated, but the guilt was still there. It was like a scar that was forming a scab. His entire heart was aching and itching. With that in mind, he went down the mountain alone. 1, 2, 3. He lowered his head. As he walked, he silently counted in his heart. 101, 102, 103. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but turn back and look at the cloud-shrouded peak of life and death. The continuous stone steps seemed to have no end. He muttered, 3,799. As he walked, he counted. This was the number of steps that led to the mountain gate. The number of steps that Chu Wanning had carried him on his back that day. He felt that he would never forget Chu Wanning's pair of hands for the rest of his life. They were cold, full of bloodstains and damaged. Whether a person was good or evil, it was often not his nature to be so. Everyone was like a field, some people were lucky. What fell between the ridges were rice and wheat seedlings. When autumn came, the 5 grains would be plentiful, the rice would be fragrant, everything was good, everything was praiseworthy. But there were still fields that didn't have such good luck. What was planted in the soil were poppy seeds. When the spring breeze blew, it gave birth to blissful sins. The entire field was covered in golden red filthy blood. People resented it, spat at it, feared it. They all lived a drunken life in its stench, rotting into dregs. In the end, righteous and benevolent people gathered together and threw a fire into the field. In the twisted rising smoke, they said that he was a hotbed of karma. They said that he was a malicious spirit and a demon. They said that he ate people without spitting out the bones. They said that he deserved to die and had no conscience. He painfully twitched and groaned in the fire. The poppy seeds quickly curled up and turned into the smelly soil. But he was once a good field. He also once longed for rain and sunshine. Who was the one who planted the first seed of darkness? Later on, the evil became a disaster and couldn't be stopped. This field was gentle and brilliant. After the fire was lit, it turned into ashes. It was abandoned. No one wanted it anymore. He was an abandoned old land. So he never thought that there would be a person who would come into his life and give him another chance to plow the soil and start all over again. Chu Wanning. He would only meet him 5 years later. Today was the first day of those 5 years. He suddenly realized that he had begun to miss Chu Wanning's face. It was stern, angry, gentle, solemn, and upright. Mo Ran slowly closed his eyes. He carefully recalled his past and present life. How many past events were scattered by the wind and snow? He gradually realized that the incident of the world of spirits and souls was actually the biggest watershed in his life. In his past life he loved someone deeply. Later on, that person sacrificed her life and he went to hell. In this life there was another person who loved him. Later on, that person sacrificed her life and sent him back to the human world. Chapter 121. On the 8th day after Mo Ran left, Shuizhengyong received his first letter. The handwriting on the flower washing paper was crooked. Shuizhengyong tried to straighten it, but it was to no avail. "Uncle, don't worry. I am at the flowering crossing today. Everything is fine. There were evil spirits here a few days ago, but fortunately there were no casualties. I have already dealt with the water spirits. Now the crossing is very peaceful. I took 500 silver notes from the boatman and attached it with the letter. Greetings to Auntie and Master." On the 120th day, the 22nd letter. "Uncle, don't worry. Due to a coincidence, I recently obtained a top-grade spirit stone. If it is embedded in Xuemeng's Longqing scimitar, it will become a peerless weapon. Although it cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Xunwu, it is still very rare. Greetings to Auntie and Master." On the 130th day, the 24th letter. "Uncle, don't worry. I have been cultivating in the Snow Valley. The Snow Valley is cold all day long and produces strange flowers and plants. Among them, the frost snow lotus is the rarest. Unfortunately, there is a 1,000-year ape demon guarding the flower field. When I first came here, my spiritual power was low and my martial arts were not deep enough, so I could not pick it. But these days I have improved greatly and was able to break through its defenses. I picked a dozen and sent them back with the letter. Greetings to Auntie and Master." Along with the letter, there were often some playthings, spiritual herbs, wood, and stones. Other than letters to Shuizhengyong, Mo Ran would also write to Shermei in private. The content was mostly about his travels and trivial matters such as warmth and clothing. The ink pen stained the paper. At the beginning there were still mistakes. Later on, although the words were not very beautiful, the horizontal and vertical lines gradually became more and more neat, and the mistakes became fewer and fewer. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. One day, Shuizhengyong was drinking the newly served spring tea when he received another letter from Mo Ran. He read it with a smile and handed the letter to Madame Wang. Madame Wang looked at it and smiled. "This child's handwriting is getting more and more beautiful. It looks like someone's." "Whose?" Shuizhengyong blew on the tea leaves and found a book called Notes on Ancient Barriers from the books on the table. "Look at Yu Heng. Isn't it 70% similar?" Madame Wang flipped through the book and said in surprise, "It really does look like it." When he first came to the peak of life and death, he took Yu Heng as his master. Yu Heng told him to read a book first, but he did not know many big words. Later on, Yu Heng taught him for many days, starting from his own name to the simple ones and then to the difficult ones. Shuizhengyong shook his head. Back then he didn't learn it in detail, so he just dealt with it as if he was drawing talismans. Now he seems to be doing it. Madame Wang smiled and said, "He should leave the mountain and walk around more. I see that he has become much calmer when he's outside." Shuizhengyong also smiled and said, "I wonder what he will become after traveling for 5 years. How old would he have been then? 22? 22, sigh." Shuizhengyong sighed and seemed to sigh ruefully. "I originally thought that Yu Heng would take them until they were 20. Man proposes, God disposes. Man proposes, God disposes." Mo Ran also thought so. He had traveled all over the world, from the drizzling lands of Jiangnan to the northern Great Shangguan. In the summer, he had drunk a mouthful of Vietnamese wine by sitting in the river of wine. In the winter, He had listened to a Chong flute by a fire pond. In his previous life, after he became the emperor, the whole world belonged to him. But he had never traveled the 10,000 rivers and thousands of mountains to see the lights of the fishing boats in the east, or the rivers in the west. He had never carefully looked at the dark feet of the porters carrying the poles on the flagstones. Their skin and flesh were cracked, and the soles of their feet were as hard as iron. He had never heard the babysitter of the pear garden in the reed pond, her delicate voice reaching the clouds and cracking silk. So it turns out that all the beautiful flowers that have bloomed all over the place have been turned into ruins. He was no longer the Emperor Ta, and he would never be the Emperor Ta again in this life. He was Big Brother. This was the crisp voice of the children in the streets. Big Brother, can you help me save this little bird? Its wings are broken. I don't know what to do. Little Immortal. This was the raspy voice of the old village chief of Stone Mortar Village. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, our village would be full of lonely old and weak people. When that evil spirit wreaked havoc, we could only leave our homes. Immortal's great kindness, this old man will never forget it. Kind-hearted person. This was the voice of a child beggar they met on the road. Kind-hearted person, my mother and I haven't had a full meal for many days. Please do us a favor and show mercy. Emo Ran closed his eyes, and then opened them again, because someone called him Grandmaster Emo. He was somewhat hurt by this name. He raised his head to look at the dark man who called him that. He said helplessly, I'm not a Grandmaster. My master is. Please don't call me that again. The man scratched his head honestly. I'm sorry. Everyone in the village calls you that. I know you don't like it, but I can't change it. Emo Ran had been staying in a village near the border of the lower cultivation world. A few miles away from the village was a towering snowy mountain. Snow ghosts often came down the mountain to cause trouble. Those were small demons with low spiritual power. The god of night Mecha left behind by his master was enough to deal with them. Unfortunately, this small village was too remote, and the god of night was not useful here. He had no choice but to try and make it according to the blueprint left behind by his master. After many failures, he finally made the first one. The god of night he made was not as beautiful as his master's, nor was it as flexible as his master's. However, the wooden figure creaked so it could be used. This novel toy made the villagers of this remote village very happy. They kept calling Emo Ran Grandmaster Emo, making him feel very awkward. But the more awkward part was yet to come. It was evening, and half of the sky was dyed red by the setting sun. He came back from the Mount Tai Academy, and was walking on the bustling path of the apricot forest. Suddenly someone shouted, Grandmaster Chu. Hearing this name, Emo Ran didn't even have time to think. He immediately turned around and then he found himself very funny. There were so many sorcerers with the surname Chu in the world, but he just listened to the wind and thought that his master had woken up early. How could it be? He shook his head with a smile. When he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard another shout, Grandmaster Chu. Emo Ran held a stack of books and narrowed his eyes to look in the crowd. Suddenly he saw someone waving at him. Unfortunately, it was too far away for him to see the person's face clearly. He could only roughly see the person's clothes and figure. It was a young man in a blue Taoist robe, carrying a bow and a wolf dog beside him. The person quickly approached, but when Emo Ran and he could see each other's facial features clearly, both of them were stunned. You are Emo Ran. He reacted before the other person. Holding a stack of books, it was inconvenient for him to carry his luggage, so he simply nodded. His eyes curiously paused for a moment on the young man's face. I didn't expect to meet young Master Nangong here. What a coincidence. The person who called him Grandmaster Chu was Confucian Wind Sect's legitimate son, Nangong Si. Because this guy died early, Emo Ran had never seen him face to face in his previous life. But Chu Wanning was different. Chu Wanning was once a guest of Confucian Wind Sect, so Nangong Si must be familiar with him. Emo Ran looked him up and down. His eyes paused for a moment on the quiver in Nangong Si's hand. It was a very old cloth quiver, embroidered with camellia flowers. Because too much time had passed, the flower pattern had faded, and the bright petals were slightly yellow. It was like the fragrance embroidered on cloth could not last long, and would eventually wither one day. Nangongxi's whole body was bright and beautiful, but this quiver was very worn out. It was so worn that one could clearly see the traces of stitching. Mo Ran knew that this quiver was a precious thing to him, but in this world who didn't have 2 or 3 treasures that they cherished? No matter how glorious a person was, there would still be a memory that would accompany them for a long time. No one was as simple and heartless as they looked. Nangongxi frowned. Emoran, I remember. Grandmaster Chu's disciple? Yes. Since it was like this, Nangongxi's attitude became slightly better. He said, I'm sorry, just now I was too far away. Looking at your appearance, I thought it was Grandmaster Chu who came out early, but I didn't know. Mo Ran moved his gaze away from the quiver. He did not tactfully ask, but calmly replied, just now when I heard you shout like that, I also thought it was Shizun who came out early, but I didn't know. Nangongxi laughed. Perhaps it was because of his noble birth, but even when he laughed, there was still a bit of arrogance in his handsome face. Moreover, his arrogance was different from Shuemeng's. Shuemeng was arrogant because of his talent, but Nangongxi seemed to have a bit more hostility, a bit of arrogance, and a bit of irritable temper. But he was born very well. This kind of hostility did not make him scary, but instead made him more wild. Mo Ran could not help but think in his heart, Nangongxi, Nangongxi. He really was a free and unrestrained wild horse. He was still lost in thought when he heard Nangongxi say, previously when the ghost world split, Grandmaster Chu unfortunately met with misfortune. I was sad for a long time, but fortunately, with the guidance of the great master, I was able to bring Grandmaster Chu back to life. When he wakes up, I will definitely pay a visit to the peak of life and death. Then I will wait for young master's arrival. Nangongxi waved his hand. Suddenly, he saw the book in Mo Ran's hand. He asked curiously, Brother Mo, what are you doing? Reading. Nangongxi originally thought that when he said reading, he would be reading some obscure and profound texts. Unexpectedly, when he looked carefully, he found that they were classics like Wandering Freely and the Book of Rites. At first he was stunned, but then he said, these are all basic texts. I memorized them when I was young. What's the use of reading these? Mo Ran didn't feel ashamed. His eyes were calm as he said, when I was young, I didn't even know how to write my own name. Cough. Nangongxi was a bit embarrassed. You enrolled in an academy to study? Yes. These days I happen to be collecting some spirit stones for cultivation on Mount Tai. I saw that Xinglin Academy started a new lecture. I had nothing to do, so I came to listen. Nangongxi nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, he said, it seems that Brother Mo hasn't had dinner yet. Since you're in Confucian Wind Sect's territory and you're Grandmaster Chu's disciple, I naturally have to play host. It just so happens that my companion is waiting for me in a restaurant nearby. How about we have a drink together? Mo Ran thought about it and felt that he had nothing to do anyway, so he said, it would be impolite to decline. Dance floor. It's one of the most famous restaurants in Lini. Have you heard of it? Nangongxi asked while walking. Why haven't I heard of it? Mo Ran laughed. It's one of the best restaurants in the upper cultivation world. Young Master Nangong, you really know how to pick a place. I didn't pick this place. Oh, then why? Nangongxi said. My companion picked it. As someone who had lived a lifetime, Mo Ran was more or less clear about the intricate relationships of Confucian Wind Sect. Although he didn't say anything, he was somewhat surprised in his heart. He thought to himself, Yi Wangxi is also here? However, he followed Nangongxi up the stairs, opened the beaded curtain of the side room, and stepped inside. The person inside almost made him choke. He saw Song Chotong dressed in light and simple clothes, sitting gracefully by the window. Outside, the peach blossoms were blooming brightly. When she heard the sound, she turned her head. The golden hair ornament on her temples flickered, making her skin look even more creamy. Her lips were vermilion red. Mo Ran subconsciously retracted half of his foot that had entered. He was thinking, is it too late to tell Nangongxi that I don't like Shandong food? Especially 9-turn fat intestines? Chapter 122. Come, Brother Mo, let me introduce you. This is one of my junior sisters, Song Chotong. In the end, he braced himself and sat down, allowing Nangong Si to excitedly introduce her. Song Chiotong, Song Chiotong. He even knew where the mole was on her back and where the birthmark was on her leg, so there was no need for Nangong Si to say more. However, his face was still tense, and he restrained himself by nodding. Miss Song. This is Grandmaster Chu's direct disciple, Mo Weiyu, the pinnacle of life and death. You should have seen him before in colorful Butterfly Town, but there were too many people at that time, so you probably don't remember clearly. Song Chiotong smiled gently, stood up and curtsied. My daughter, Chiotong, greets immortal monarch Mo. Mo Ran did not stand up, and his deep eyes looked at her for a long time. Then he said, You're too polite. Mo Ran was actually disgusted by this first wife of his previous life. This disgust was not just after reincarnation, but had been deeply ingrained in his bones in his previous life, and could not be erased. The previous few times they met, he did not directly meet her face to face, so although he felt disgusted, it was not as unpleasant as today. She was a gentle and weak woman, and always spoke softly when doing things. She was like a green fruit that grew on a tree in early autumn, hidden behind the lush leaves. Her smell was not as fragrant as flowers, and her color was not threatening, but she was very lovable. Her slender and full body was filled with endless youth and gentleness, as if one could taste the sweet and sour taste of the juice with just a light bite. Only when one nibbled deep would one discover a rotten and smelly worm lying inside, dead in the core of the fruit. The worm's body was oozing pus, and it was covered in mold. Indeed, compared to him, Song Chiotong did not seem to have done anything heinous in her previous life. It was nothing more than betraying the Confucian Wind sect that saved her life. When Mo Ran massacred everyone in the city, they sacrificed Yi Wangxi to protect themselves. It was nothing more than the fact that when Lini was filled with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, she was overjoyed because she was rewarded by Mo Ran. She wore gold and silver, dressed herself gorgeously, and carefully served her new master. After the massacre was over, to express her sincerity, she wept in front of Yi Wangxi's corpse, which would never speak again. She said that Yi Wangxi treated her badly and never gave her a good day. If Mo Ran had not come, she was afraid that she would have to be his slave for the rest of her life. What else? Mo Ran thought silently. What else? Nangong Si was an impatient person. There were a few dishes that were not served yet, so he rushed the dishes. Thus, only the husband and wife from her previous life were left in the room. Young Master Mo, let me toast you. She gracefully poured him a cup of wine. Half of her forearm poked out of the sleeves, and there was a bit of bright red cinnabar on her wrist. Unexpectedly, Mo Ran raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. She softly cried out and raised her eyes to look at him in panic. Her gaze was tender like a spring onion. Young Master Mo, you are. Mo Ran stared at her face for a while. Then, his gaze fell and stopped on her slender hand. You really have a good pair of hands. After a long time, he softly said with a grave expression, Miss Song, do you know how to play Go? A little. Such a good pair of hands, you should be able to play a good game of Go, he coldly said. From outside came the sound of Nangong Si's footsteps and his domesticated wolf dog barking at the door. Excuse me. Mo Ran let go of Song Chiotong's slender wrist. Then, he took a handkerchief and carefully wiped his fingers. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Here, the spring night pavilion was having a banquet. Mo Ran's expression was as usual, as if nothing had happened. Although Song Chiotong was despised for no reason, she had always been able to endure. During the banquet, she even stood up and poured Mo Ran a cup of wine. He did not drink the wine she poured for him, so he never touched the cup again. Nangong Si said, Brother Mo, the spiritual mountain conference is coming soon. You are Grandmaster Chu's disciple. You can't let him lose face. Are you ready? I'm not going. You're not serious, are you? I'm serious. Mo Ran smiled. It's enough for my cousin to go. All the sects in the world are rushing to Spiritual Mountain. I'm afraid of the bustle, so I don't want to go. Nangong Si did not seem to believe him. He narrowed his brown eyes, his expression like a hawk. But Mo Ran's eyes were open, looking at him without reservation. The hawk stared at the rock for a while and found that the rock was really just a rock. There was no hidden rabbit or snake. He leaned back in his chair, twirling his chopsticks, and suddenly grinned. Interesting. Then I won't be able to see you at the Spiritual Mountain Conference? You won't be able to see me. Nangongsi put his hand to his forehead and sneered. Grandmaster Chu's disciple is amazing. It's rare for him to not participate in such a grand event. Mo Ran thought to himself, this is really hard to say. How can I explain it? Could it be that he told Nangongsi that it wasn't like that? He was an old ghost in his 30s. If he let the celestial treading monarch play with a group of inexperienced children and sat in a circle on the stage, the group of sect masters who were either killed or beaten by him in his previous life still had to raise a small sign for him and give him small points. That's ridiculous. He coughed and said, it's not that I don't want to participate. It's just that I'm not good at orthodox techniques. If I go, I'm afraid I'll embarrass my master. Young Master Nangong is so good, you have the ability to be conceited. Don't mock me. If Xuemeng, an innocent and naive little bird, heard these words, she would probably be very happy, thinking that Mo Ran had found the right feather. However, Nangongsi was born in the Confucian Wind sect, which was a complex and complicated place, and had lost his mother since he was young. His life was not that simple, so when he heard Mo Ran's compliment, he just smiled and did not become complacent. He gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, since young Master Mo is not participating, a bystander can see more clearly. Why don't you guess who will be the champion of this conference? Mo Ran thought, UF King asked the right person. Who knew better than him who would be the champion? Apart from that fake North Star who was most likely reborn, Mo Weiyu was the only one in the world who knew the result of the Spiritual Mountain Sword Conference all those years ago. The winner was Nangongsi. Suddenly, the beaded curtain of the private room was pulled aside. A face shrouded in shadows appeared in the flickering light. Before the two men in the room could react, Chotong suddenly stood up as if he had been pricked by a needle. His face was full of pity and fear. He lowered his head and said apologetically, Yi young Master Yi. The newcomer was tall and straight, wearing black clothes embroidered with dark gold. He wore a gauntlet, and his waist was extremely thin. His features were 3 parts elegant and 7 parts handsome. Who else could it be but Yi Wangxi? I didn't call you. Yi Wangxi didn't even look at her. He pushed aside the beaded curtain and walked into the room. His gaze was fixed on the same person. He seemed very cold, but there was a different kind of light in his eyes. Nangongsi, I was calling you. If you can hear me, raise your head. Nangongsi didn't raise his head. Instead, he said to Chotong, why are you standing up? Sit down. No, young Master Nangong. My seniority is low. I'll just stand. Nangongsi suddenly became furious and shouted, sit down. Song Chotong shivered. He held the edge of the table and hesitated. Yi Wangxi didn't want to be in such a deadlock. He said coldly, listen to him. Thank you, young master. Yi Wangxi ignored Chotong and said, Nangongsi, when are you going to stop? The sect leader is going crazy. Get up and come back with me. That's for the best. I'll treat him as crazy, and he'll treat me as dead. There's nothing to talk about when we go back. Before he retracts his order, I won't take half a step back into the Confucian Wind sect. Nangongsi paused after each word. Young Master Yi, please go back. Yi Wangxi clenched his fists. His entire body was trembling. Mo Ran watched from the side. He felt that at any moment, he would flip the table and grab Nangongsi and drag him away. But in the end, Yi Wangxi was a gentleman. He forcibly suppressed his monstrous anger. Nangongsi. He was silent for a moment. Then he opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and he looked tired. Do you really want to go to this extent? So what if I do? Yi Wangxi closed his eyes. He sighed slightly, then slowly opened them. He stood in front of the table. At this time he finally turned his head to look at Mo Ran. It was said that dirty linen should not be aired in public. Naturally, he did not want others to know about the matters of the sect. Mo Ran tactfully stood up. He bowed to Yi Wangxi and said, I just remembered that I still have an appointment to go to the ready-made clothing store tonight. If I'm late, I'll make the shopkeeper wait for a long time. I'll take my leave first. Yi Wangxi nodded to him. Many thanks, young Master Emo. No need to thank me. You two have a good chat. Emo Ran walked past Yi Wangxi. When they brushed shoulders, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. When he got closer, he discovered that although Yi Wangxi was still as tall and straight as a pine tree, and his temperament was steady and deep, the corners of his eyes were slightly red. It seemed that before he came he had just cried. Emo Ran suddenly felt that Yi Wangxi's forbearance was somewhat similar to Chu Wanning's. In a moment his blood boiled. He could not help but turn to Nangong Si and say, Young Master Nangong, although I don't know what dispute you have with young Master Yi, I feel that he treats you very well. If you're willing, you should have a good chat with him. Don't keep things to yourself. Nangong Si did not appreciate his kindness. He was in a fit of anger. He did not care about their relationship and coldly said, It's none of your business. This short-lived ghost. Emo Ran left. Before he reached the ground floor, he heard Nangong Si's angry shouts from the side room. That wolf-like youth was using his sharp teeth to tear apart Yi Wangxi's spirit. He was questioning him. Yi Wangxi, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed my father? You made him view you as more important than me. Go back? Why would I go back with you? Since I was young, when have I ever been able to make my own decisions? Yi Wangxi, let me ask you what exactly do you take me for? With a clang the table fell over. Bowls, plates, and cups fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The maids standing in the aisle were all frightened. There were even guests who poked their heads out from their rooms. What happened? Io, who has such a bad temper? Look at this situation. Don't smash the restaurant. Emo Ran pursed his lips and turned to look at the end of the aisle. He heard Yi Wangxi's voice. It was as dry and haggard as an autumn leaf, lifeless. Nangong, if I made you unhappy at home, then I will leave. I will never appear in front of you again. Go back. Yi Wangxi said, I beg you. If he had not heard it with his own ears, Emo Ran would never have believed that someone as upright as Yi Wangxi would say such a weak word like beg. In his impression, Yi Wangxi was a gentleman who was unmoved by the 8 winds. He was an invincible god of war. Emo Ran could imagine him bleeding but could not imagine him crying. He could imagine him dying but could not imagine him kneeling. But today, in front of Song Chotong, he actually said to a man, I beg you. Emo Ran closed his eyes. In a person's lifetime, how many things were unknown? No one was openly displayed in front of others. People use clothes to hide their bodies, words and expressions to hide their emotions. People wrap themselves up in layers, their necks propping up their heads like flower branches. Everyone gave the world a face with clear distinction between joy and anger. Those who sang in green sang in green sang in green. Those who sang in small sang in small sang in small. The world was like a play, the bright and the ugly, the line of work was clear. After singing for a long time, who could accept the rolling of the sleeves, the twinkling of the phoenix eyes, and the singing of the bright? But when the cymbals stopped playing, the moon zither died out, and the night was quiet. Everyone washed off the heavy oil paint, and the greasy water took away the sharp edges and corners of their faces in the daytime, revealing unfamiliar facial features. It turned out that the bright stars were heroic men, and the martial artists had a pair of gentle and affectionate eyes. Emo Ran returned to the small house he was temporarily staying in. He was thinking he had lived 2 lifetimes. How much did he see through all living things? How much did he see through himself? One Chu Wanning was enough to make his heart die and come back to life. Chu Wanning. Then he remembered that today Nangong Si actually mistook him for Chu Wanning. It was a little funny, how could it be wrong? But when he was washing up, he suddenly found that the person in the bronze mirror had a high ponytail, wearing a simple white warlock robe. The ponytail was casually tied in the morning. The warlock robe was because a few days ago his old clothes were a little too small. He went to the shop to pick out some clothes. After looking around, he found a very beautiful white robe. He didn't think too much about it, didn't think about why he thought the robe was beautiful, and just bought it and put it on. Looking at the mirror, he suddenly understood. So this white robe was very similar to the one Chu Wanning once wore. The bronze mirror was dim yellow, the past life was like a dream. Emo Ran looked at the person in the mirror, as if through this dreamlike heavy color, He saw the fragments of Chu Wanning, he saw his illusion. The water to wash his face hadn't dried, dripping down along the lines of his gradually hardening chin. He stood in front of the mirror more or less understanding. Just like how his god of night clumsily imitated Chu Wanning's god of night, he himself was also clumsily imitating his own Shizun. Mo Ran subconsciously searched for Chu Wanning's figure in the world of mortals. Unable to find him, he actually slowly became him. Time flies. Because of regret or something else. I couldn't see you, so I thought about what you would do if you encountered such a situation. What you see, you smile. What you see, you get angry. Before I do everything, I think of you. When I do everything, I want you to be happy. I thought, if you were here and I did this, would you not? Would you be willing to praise me a little and say that I didn't do anything wrong? I thought this every day, buried in my bones, and it became a habit. So in the end, even I didn't realize it. So as time flies, I've already become the image of you in my heart. Chapter 123. Daoist Priest Zhao. Daoist Priest Li, did you see the announcement? The dark horse that appeared at this year's Spiritual Mountain Conference is truly amazing. In the Pearl Beach Tea House, several rogue cultivators were holding a plate of peanuts and a pot of hot tea. They were discussing the news of Jianghu that was even hotter than the hot tea. Of course I saw it long ago. The winner is actually the peak of life and death. The lower cultivation world's sects have angered the upper cultivation world's old remnants to death. Especially the Confucian Wind sect. I'm afraid their ancestors' coffins won't be able to hold on for long. The winner is called Shui Fenghuang, right? Ha 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 ha, Shui Fenghuang? Old Zhao, you're making me laugh to death. Fenghuang is his nickname. His surname is Shui, his name is Meng, and his courtesy name is Ziming. His father is Shui Zhengyong. Like father like son. This Shui Ziming is very skilled. A tall man wearing a cloak was sitting next to the fire pit. He was drinking tea, minding his own business. When he heard what they said, the man suddenly muttered, The teacup stopped in front of his lips and didn't move again. Everyone says he's a phoenix's fledgling. This isn't a lie. The other young masters all have divine martial skills, but he's good. He cut off his opponent's path of retreat with a single scimitar. He's truly a god. Then why don't you see whose disciple he is? Could Wanya Yuheng's disciple be a vegetarian? But I think Shui Ziming won by a narrow margin. Didn't you hear? Shui Ziming and Nangong Si were evenly matched. If it weren't for that little girl Nangong Si brought along dragging them down, I think the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. When the man who had been listening attentively heard this, he finally put down the teacup he was about to drink. He turned his head around. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, as deep as the autumn water and frost, and he had an extremely good appearance. He smiled at the cultivators and said, Fellow cultivators, I'm sorry to disturb you. I was cultivating on the mountain a few days ago, and didn't know the time of day and night, so I missed the Spiritual Mountain Conference. I accidentally heard you say that Shui Ming won first place. I'm a bit curious. Could I ask you a few questions? Those people couldn't wait to have an audience. They enthusiastically greeted Mo Ran and gave him a seat so that he could sit with them. Mo Ran did not lose his manners. He was much more mature than when he had just left the mountain. He Zhenghuang gave him 6 pots. First was, of. However, I just heard that during the 2-on-1 battle, Nangong Si of the Confucian Wind sect brought a girl with him? Isn't that right? It's really a beauty bearing a hero's ambition. Otherwise, with Nangong Si's magic, it's not certain that Shui Ziming would have the upper hand. That's quite interesting. The result was different from his previous life. In the Spiritual Mountain Conference, Yi Wangxi and Nangong Si were neck and neck. Mo Ran originally thought that it was Chu Wanning's death that stimulated Shui Meng, but now it seemed that Shui Meng wasn't the only variable. What's the identity of that girl? That girl's surname is Song. Her name is Tong. I don't remember. Anyway, she's very pretty. I think that scholarly Wind sect's young master's heart has been completely captured by her. She's not just pretty, she's a national beauty. If I were Nangong Si, I'd rather not be first in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. I'd make the beauty happy. Mo Ran. Sure enough, it was like that. The spiritual mountain conference was divided into single combat, double combat, and group elimination. Only by neutralizing the 3 rankings would the final winner be decided. In his previous life, Xuemeng and Shimei formed a double combat team against Nangongxi and Yi Wangxi. And Yi Wangxi later became the most powerful person in the world besides Chu Wanning. The result of this competition was obvious. But in this life he didn't know what went wrong. Nangongxi didn't cooperate with Yi Wangxi, but instead brought along that woman, Chotong, to drag him down. Mo Ran put down his teacup and raised his hand to rub his temples. He really didn't know what that guy was thinking. Women. Even that wild horse Nangongxi was still subdued. Someone sighed and the others laughed. Mo Ran couldn't help but ask, "What about Yi Wangxi?" "What?" Mo Ran said. Yi Wangxi. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Mo Ran faintly felt a bit uncomfortable. That was the god of war who made him suffer so much in his previous life. How could you not know? So he gestured and said, "The other young master of the Confucian Wind sect. He has very long legs, is tall, has a good temper, doesn't like to talk, uses a sword and..." Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Mo Ran sighed. He already vaguely knew the result, but he still finished the last few words. "And a bow. I don't know. This person isn't famous." "Brother, where did you hear that from?" In the Spiritual Mountain Conference, the Confucian Wind sect sent out 16 disciples to fight, but none of them had the surname Yi. Sure enough, in this life, Yi Wangxi didn't participate. Mo Ran was silent for a moment. He thought about how Yi Wangxi said to Nangongxi in the restaurant, "Come back, I'm leaving." He suddenly couldn't bear it and felt a bit uneasy. This couldn't be true, right? Could it be that Yi Wangxi really left the Confucian Wind sect? Thinking back to his previous life, Yi Wangxi said to the executioner before his death that he wanted to be buried in the Confucian Wind sect's hero's mound, together with Nangongxi's grave. Mo Ran couldn't help but sigh. How could things turn out like this? Little by little, the subtle changes actually spread out into infinite ripples. Then the sky and earth turned upside down. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. It turned out that the changes of fate could be like a surging storm. Boiling blood and bitter tears had to be sacrificed in exchange for the return of the prodigal son, the former enmity completely erased. For example, his relationship with Chu Wanning. But the changes of fate could also be silent. For example, Yi Wangxi's relationship with Nangongxi. Perhaps it was because that day at the inn, Nangongxi took Yi Wangxi and the others into shelter. That night, Nangongxi was thirsty, so he got up and went downstairs to ask for a pot of tea. He just happened to run into the delicate and pitiful Song Chotong. Perhaps Song Chotong poured him a cup of water, or perhaps it was because her legs were inconvenient, so she carelessly tripped when she went upstairs. Who knows? Or perhaps it was because he drank recklessly, so some of the water dripped onto his broad chest. She cautiously handed him a handkerchief. At that time the clouds were light and the wind was light. Perhaps Nangongxi only said a simple thank you. But none of them knew that in reality, the Big Dipper rotated and their lives changed because of a handkerchief, a cup of water and a thank you. But the people involved didn't hear the loud noise of fate. Nangongxi yawned as he went upstairs. Song Chotong stood there looking at him. Yi Wangxi lit the candles in his room, reading an unfinished book. In his previous life, Mo Ran didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thought that he was all-knowing and had already understood the cycle of life and death. Only now did he know that they were all duckweeds in the world. One night the wind blew them away, one night the rain drifted them away. The people on the shore only needed to throw a stone to shatter the blue spirit. How lucky was he? He drifted far away and was still able to return to Chu Wanning's side. He was still able to show filial piety in front of his Shizun. He was still able to say to Chu Wanning, "I'm sorry I let you down." After drinking the tea, he bid farewell to everyone. The wind started to pick up outside. Soon it would rain. Mo Ran put on his cloak and walked into the dense hazel forest. His figure became fainter and fainter. He gradually became a smalded in the dusk, like an ink stain in an inkstone. Finally, he faded until he couldn't be seen. Rumble! The gloomy sky exploded with a clap of thunder. Purple lightning flashed. and a torrential rain fell like an army of thousands of men and horses. It's raining. Someone in the tea house poked his head out to take a look. He felt the power of the thunder was shocking, so he retracted his head. What a heavy rain. Really? The grains in the house are so dry that no one picks them. I'm afraid they'll be ruined. Forget it, forget it. Lady boss, give me another pot of tea. When the weather clears up, I'll go home. Mo Ran walked quickly in the rain. He ran in the rain. He ran in the rain. He ran in the rain to hide from the ridiculous 32 years of his previous life. He didn't know if this kind of rain could wash away his evil. Chu Wanning forgave him, but he didn't. His thoughts were heavy. He was pressured to the point that he couldn't breathe. He was willing to use the rest of his life to do good deeds to repay his debt. But could the rest of his life really wash away the evil in his bones and the filth in his blood? He hated that he couldn't let this rain fall for 5 years. He only wanted to wait until Chu Wanning woke up and he stood in front of Shizun. He wanted to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit cleaner. He didn't want to be as dirty as he was now. He was dirty like sand, like dust, like the dirt on the soles of a porter's shoes, or the dust on a beggar's armor. He only wanted to be a little bit better before Chu Wanning woke up. This way, the worst disciple in the world might be able to rely on a little bit of courage to call him the best Shizun in the world. That night Mo Ran fell ill. His body had always been strong and sturdy. Once this kind of person fell ill, it was often like a landslide, uncontrollable. He lay on the bed, covered with a thick quilt, and fell asleep. At night he dreamed of his previous life. He dreamed of how he had tortured Chu Wanning in his previous life. He dreamed of Chu Wanning struggling under his body, and Chu Wanning dying in his arms. He woke up with a start. It was raining heavily outside. He fumbled for a flint, wanting to light a candle, but no matter how he struck it, the flint wouldn't light up. He threw the flint to the side in despair. He buried his face in his palms and fiercely rubbed it. He painfully pulled at his own hair. His Adam's apple moved, and his throat let out a beastly howl. He escaped death, escaped condemnation, but in the end he couldn't escape his own heart. He was very afraid. Sometimes he couldn't distinguish between a dream and reality. Sometimes he would constantly confirm whether he was awake or asleep. He was in great pain. He felt as if his soul had split into 2 halves. The 2 souls of his previous life and this life were tearing at each other. One was cursing the other for having blood on his hands and for being crazy. The other was not to be outdone. He questioned why the other had the face to live in this world as if nothing had happened. The soul of this life was angrily rebuking the soul of his previous life. Mo Wayu Emperor Ta, you are not a thing. Why did you commit such a crime? How do you want me to repay you in this life? I want to start all over again. Why do you keep pestering me? In my dreams, when I am drunk, when the lights are dim, every time I am unprepared, you jump out and curse me with a twisted face? You curse me that I will never be reincarnated. You curse me that evil people will have their retribution. You curse me that this is all a dream, that one day it will shatter again. You curse me that one day I will wake up and find myself still lying in the Witch Mountain Palace. You wantonly laughed and said that no one will cherish me in this life. The only person who is willing to die for me is because I killed him. But is that person me? No, not me, it is you, Emperor Ta. It is you, Mo Wayu. I am not like you, I am not like you. I don't have blood on my hands, I can start all over again. The other half of the soul was also screaming. It opened its sharp mouth and its face was twisted. Aren't you sorry? Aren't you wrong? Then why don't you die? Why don't you use your blood to pay tribute to the people you hurt in your previous life? Bastard! Hypocrite! How are you different from me? I am Mo Wayu, aren't you? You carry the sins of your previous life, you carry the memories of your previous life. You will never be able to get rid of me. I am you, I am your nightmare, I am your inner demon. I am the gods and Buddhas who are praying to your disgusting soul. Start all over again? Why? What kind of face do you have? What right do you have to start all over again? You have kept the world in the dark, you have kept the people who love you in the dark. You have done all these good deeds just to erase that little bit of guilt in your heart. Ha! Mo Wayu. Do you dare to let them know what kind of person you were in your previous life? Do you dare to let Chu Wanning know that in your previous life it was you? The knife stabbed into his neck. Let him bleed out. Let him live a life worse than death. It was you. Let the world starve, and let the world be filled with whales. It was you. Ha 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 ha, evil creature, I am you, you are me, you can't escape, I am you, Mo Wayu, do you dare to say no? Mo Ran was forced to the brink of madness. He went to the bedside to feel for the flint. He tried to light up the candle, to disperse the sinister night. But even the candle did not want him. The candle did not want to save him. He was thrown into the darkness. His trembling hand rubbed the flint again and again and again and again. Nothing, nothing. He finally collapsed on the bed and began to cry. He kept apologizing in the night. His bed seemed to be surrounded by people. Those moving figures were all cursing him, all demanding his life, all telling him that he was evil in his previous life, evil in the next. Mo Ran did not know what to do. He suddenly became very helpless. He could only keep saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But no one paid him any attention. No one would forgive him. His forehead was boiling, his heart was burning. Suddenly he seemed to hear someone sigh softly. In the midst of demons and monsters he opened his eyes. He saw that Chu Wanning had come. Chu Wanning was still the same as before. White clothes trailing on the ground, wide-sleeved robes, handsome features like before. He came to him and went to his bed. Mo Ran choked and said, Shizun, am I not worthy to see you again? Chu Wanning did not speak. He only picked up the flint and slowly lit the candle that Mo Ran had never lit before. Wherever Shizun was, there was fire. Wherever Chu Wanning was, there was light. He stood in front of the candle, his long eyelashes drooping. He raised his eyes, quietly looked at Mo Ran, and then smiled a very faint smile. He said, Sleep, Mo Ran, look, the light is on. Don't be afraid. Mo Ran's heart felt like it had been hit by a blunt object. He felt like his head was about to split open. He felt that these words were very familiar, as if he had heard them before. But he could not remember. Chu Wanning brushed aside his sleeves and sat down on the edge of his bed. The cold rain poured into the night, but the room was warm. The night was gone. Chu Wanning said, I'll stay with you. When he heard these words, his heart was bitter and painful. It was almost twisted into a ball. Shizun, don't go. He pulled on Chu Wanning's hand under his wide sleeve. Okay. If you leave, the sky will be dark. Mo Ran cried. He felt a little embarrassed. He raised his other hand, covering his eyes. I beg you, don't leave me. I beg you. I really don't want to be the emperor anymore, Shizun. Don't leave me. Mo Ran. I beg you. Perhaps it was because of the fever that made his head feel a little dizzy. He was particularly fragile. Or perhaps it was because he faintly knew that this was actually a dream. He knew that when he woke up, Chu Wanning would disappear, so he kept muttering, I beg you, don't leave me. That night, outside the window, there were iron horses and ice rivers. Countless resentful spirits knocked on the window, as if they wanted to enter the room to take his life. But in Mo Ran's dream, Chu Wanning lit the lamp, that little bit of weak light dispelling the endless cold. Chu Wanning said, Okay, I won't leave. Won't leave? Won't leave. Mo Ran wanted to open his mouth and thank him, but a whimper came out of his throat. When a dog wants to carefully please, it has a bit of grievance. You all said you wouldn't leave, that you wouldn't leave me behind. When he was about to fall into the dream, Mo Ran half opened his eyes, suddenly muttering in a daze, but in the end you all didn't want me. No one wants me. I've been an abandoned dog for half my life. Everyone adopted me for a few days and then abandoned me. I'm so tired. Really? Shizun. I'm really so tired, I can't take it anymore, I can't walk. Just like a homeless stray dog, its fur was dirty, its claws were broken. In order to survive, it had to compete with beggars and wild cats for food. After being bullied for a long time, it didn't trust anyone. When it saw someone squatting in front of it, the domestic dog might think that they were going to feed it, but the abandoned dog would only think that they were going to throw stones at it. He walked in a panic, walking in fear and trepidation, grimacing at everyone. This was his fate. Shizun, if one day you don't want me anymore, just kill me, don't leave me behind. He choked and said softly, The feeling of being abandoned again and again is too uncomfortable, I'd rather die. He was really muddled by the fever. In the end, he didn't know where he was. and he gradually couldn't remember who the person who appeared in the dream was. Mother. Before he fell asleep, he said one last sentence. It's dark, I'm so scared. I want to go home. Chapter 124. Flowers bloomed and withered. Regardless of whether it was dawn or dusk, the barrier outside the Red Lotus Pavilion glowed with light. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't come in. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The human world was like a revolving lantern, changing every day, every night, every month. In the tea house, in the history books, those years eventually became lines of small words and paragraphs of storytelling. Looking back on the past, looking back. In the first year of Chu Waning's closed-door cultivation, his disciple Mo Ran went down the mountain. Xue Ming and Shi Mei stayed at the Life and Death Summit to cultivate on their own. In this year, Mo Ran's handwriting looked better than before. Xue Ming broke through the 9th level of Nirvana Blade. Shi Mei went to the Lone Moon's Night Medicine sect at the end of the year and learned a lot. During this time, Mo Ran went to Izhou's salt merchant Chong family to visit young Master Chong. However, he found out that young Master Chong had died a few days ago. Mo Ran found out that young Master Chong was colluding with the fake Gaochen. He wanted to find out more, but the fake Gaochen had already killed him and burned his corpse to ashes. The trail was cut short. In the second year of Chu Waning's closed-door cultivation, the cultivation world held a Soul Mountain conference. Xue Ming won first place, followed by Mei Hanxue and Nangong Si. Shi Mei practiced medicine in the lower cultivation world, while Mo Ran went to the north of Jiangnan, eliminating evil and doing good deeds. After that, he returned to the mountains to cultivate. In the third year of Chu Waning's closed-door cultivation, it was the year of the dead and the yin qi was abundant. During the bloody battle in Colored Butterfly Town, the barrier weakened and demons appeared. Wild ghosts cried at night. Xue Ming led the Life and Death Summit disciples to suppress them. Although the evil ghosts did not cover the sky, the lower cultivation world was still in a difficult situation. In order to protect themselves, the 9 major sects each sent out 100 disciples to guard the border between the upper and lower cultivators. They built a wall to prevent ghosts and monsters from crossing to the east. Those poor and homeless people were all kept outside the city walls. The city was guarded against ghosts and people for thousands of miles. Therefore, the sea inside the wall was clear, while the land outside the wall was littered with corpses. Xue Zhengyong tried to negotiate with the upper cultivation world many times, but to no avail. Back then, at the Rainbow Butterfly Town's Life and Death Summit, the disciples' blood that had been spilled had all gone down the drain. At the end of the year, Mo Ran, who was cultivating in seclusion in the mountains, received a letter from his uncle. He learned that there was chaos in Shu and he returned to the secular world. Chu Waning was in seclusion for the 4th year. Mo Ran and Xue Ming fought side by side. At the pinnacle of life and death, the 2 young masters led everyone in the lower cultivation world and swept away the evil bandits. In the end, at the old colorful butterfly town, Xue Ziming had killed more than 1,000 demons and evils, driving away all kinds of ghosts. Mo Weiyu mended the crack in the sky, sealing the evil specters with her own power. After this battle, the upper cultivation world removed the city defense and allowed the people in the lower cultivation world to enter. Xue Ming and Mo Ran, on the other hand, were extremely famous. The former's prestige as a phoenix's fledgling was unparalleled, while the latter's world spiritist techniques were extremely similar to Chu Waning's when he mended the heavens and earth fissure. In the blink of an eye, time passed. After the battle at Spirited Mountain, although Xue Ming had gained a good reputation, he was no longer as complacent as he was when he was young. As long as he had nothing to do, he would diligently meditate in the bamboo forest. He would practice throughout the winter and summer. Even if he occasionally fell ill, he would not stop. He remembered his master's words. Even if he did not have the divine martial skill, he was still a divine martial skill. It was just that he had to put in more blood and sweat. He was no longer born good, but diligence could make up for his lack of talent. Sometimes, after he had finished performing a set of bladesmanship, he would gracefully descend from the bamboo forest. Under the sunlight, he would turn his head sideways. Occasionally, he would feel his vision blur, as if he saw a small figure sitting on a rock, playing with a leaf. He could not help but remember that day when a smaller Chu Wanning watched him practice the knife in the forest. The music was melodious, and he advised him when to rush and when to slow down. Xue Meng tilted his head and recalled carefully. It was as if the music was right next to his ears. So he closed his eyes and concentrated. When he opened them again, he saw a withered bamboo falling. Suddenly, the knife flashed in his eyes. The sound of a dragon's roar rang. The shadow of the knife stretched and relaxed. When it started, it was as fast as lightning. When it stopped, it was as slow as falling snow. When Longcheng retreated, he stood up straight. The withered leaf had been cut into thousands of pieces and silently fell to the ground beside his boots. When he lowered his head, he still seemed to be a young man with a tender face who could not keep his cool. When he looked up again, his eyebrows were tall and straight. His gaze was clear but steady. It was as if a rapid stream had finally returned to the lake and became calm and vast. It had been 5 years. Xue Meng held the knife and used a white cloth to wipe the frost blade. Just as he was about to put the knife back into its scabbard, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps in the distance. A disciple rushed over and kept shouting, "Young master! Young master! What's wrong?" Xue Meng frowned. "Why are you in such a hurry? You don't have any manners. What happened?" "Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion." That person ran until he was out of breath. His face was bright red as he gasped for breath. "Huizue, Grandmaster Huizue is gone. Elder Yu Hung is awake." With a clang, the battle-hardened weapon Longcheng fell to the ground due to its master's carelessness. Xue Meng's handsome and fair face instantly paled. Then it immediately flushed red. His lips opened and closed. In the end, he did not even remember to pick up his own weapon. He ran as if he was flying towards the southern peak, the peak of life and death. Midway, he almost tripped over a rock and staggered. Shizun! Shizun! Xue Ziming, who had just lectured others without any manners, lost all of his manners in the blink of an eye. He ran to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. Before he even entered the main hall, he saw Xue Zhengyong striding out. Seeing his son run in like a daredevil, Xue Zhengyong smiled and hugged him. Xue Meng was worried to death. "Father! Good. I know you want to see Yu Hong." Xue Zhengyong smiled. "But he just woke up and is not energetic. After saying a few words to me, he fell asleep. You don't want to disturb your Shizun's rest." Xue Meng was stunned. "You're right, but 5 years was really too hard to bear." He had a lot of things he wanted to say to his Shizun. He wanted to rush over and tell his Shizun that he had taken first place in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. He wanted to tell his Shizun that he had suppressed 100 ghosts. Be sensible. The word sensible was like a snake's weak spot. Once it was pinched, Xue Meng became obedient. He let out a long sigh. Although his footsteps stopped, he stretched his neck forward. It was as if he could pass by his tall and sturdy father and see the person lying on the bed through the half-closed door. Xue Meng pursed his lips. He was a bit unwilling. I'll just go in and take a look at Shizun. I won't say anything." "Do you think I don't know you? You'll shout whenever you're happy." Xue Zhengyong glared at him. "After winning the Spiritual Mountain Conference, you put on a cold front in front of outsiders. When you got home, you made a fuss for 4 or 5 days. You told everyone how you kicked Nangongxi off the back of a demon wolf. Now, even Auntie Li from the Mengpa lobby can recite your exact words. Who would believe you if you said you wouldn't say anything?" "All right." Xue Meng was listless. "Father's right. That's right. When has your father ever been wrong?" Xue Meng pursed his lips. He couldn't help but be curious. "Father, how is Shizun?" "He's pretty good. Master Huizue even removed the poison left by the heart-picking willow." "Ah, that means Shizun won't be the little junior brother anymore?" "Haha, he won't." Xue Meng scratched his head. When he thought about how he wouldn't be able to see Xiaxi again, he faintly felt that it was a pity. Then is everything else okay? Is there anything wrong with him?" "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. If there's anything wrong, it's just that after he found out that he had slept for 5 years, his expression became a little ugly." Xue Zhengyong recalled Chu Wanning's expression and smiled. "Fortunately, he doesn't have much strength. Otherwise, he would have pulled me to ask me a lot of questions." "Ah, that's right. He suddenly thought of something and said to Ming, I have something for you to do. Your Shizun has been isolated from the world for so long and missed many things. If it's just us talking to him, we'll be tired, and he'll have a hard time listening. How about this? Ask your mother for some money. Go to Wuxia town at the foot of the mountain and buy some books. Don't you have those booklets that chronicle events? The kind that covers everything big and small. Buy them for him to see. When Ming heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Father, that old fox, found him noisy and wanted to kick him down the mountain to do manual labor. But on second thought, this manual labor was for Shizun, so it seemed it wasn't that hard to accept. In any case, Shizun had fallen asleep again. He really couldn't be sure that he wouldn't lose control of his emotions after entering the room and rush over to wake him up. Thus, he sighed and muttered with great reluctance, Fine, I'll buy books. Buy more books. Books on the upper and lower cultivation worlds. Buy some books. Yuheng loves to read. Oh, okay. Ming was very dejected. He silently went down the mountain by himself. Ming didn't like to read, so he arrived in front of a bookstall in Wuchang town. After looking around, he felt that he couldn't see anything special from the names of the books. He crouched down and asked the stall owner, Uncle, do you have books that talk about the changes in the cultivation world in recent years? Give me a few. At first glance, the stall owner saw that this was someone from the peak of life and death. Although he didn't recognize this person as the phoenix chick Shuiziming, he was very excited. He enthusiastically said, If a mortal sage wants to talk about the changes in the world, of course we have books. I have both official and unofficial histories here. Biographies of people, chronicles, regional chronicles, demon-subduing charts, and even the manuscripts of the 10 most famous storytellers in Jianghu. What kind of books does a mortal sage like? Ming's head hurt when he heard this. He waved his hand and said, Give me all of them. I don't lack money. For businessmen, the most pleasing words in the world were definitely not I love you, I want you, but I don't lack money, or I want you. The stall owner immediately beamed with joy. He rubbed his hands in response to Ming. He then turned around and picked a book for him. Ming had nothing to do, so he casually flipped through the stall. Suddenly, he found a thin booklet that was very interesting. On the page he opened was written, Ranking of the Rich in the Cultivation World Number 1 Jiangxi. Identity. Lin Ling Yu Lone Moon Knight Sect Leader Number 2. Nangong Lu. Identity. Lini Confucian Wen Sect Leader Number 3 Ma Yun. Identity. West Lake Taba Mountain Villa Master. Such things were written all over the page in tiny characters. Ming immediately became excited. He really wanted to know where he was, so he looked back and forth on the page 4 or 5 times. He was almost cross-eyed from looking, but he still couldn't find the 2 words, Ming. He immediately became very depressed. Then he became a bit angry. He thought about it and felt unreconciled. He flipped to the next page, intending to continue looking. However, he saw that there were only 3 or 4 names and a sentence at the back. Due to the limited time in compiling the list, only the top 100 names are included in the list. Names below the top 100 are omitted. Ming angrily threw the book. Am I that poor? The stall owner was startled. When he saw the booklet he was looking at, he hurriedly picked it up and comforted him. Immortal monarch, don't be angry. This is a ranking booklet compiled by the people. It's always a mess. Moreover, the rankings circulating in different regions are not the same. If you buy books in Lini, the first place on the gentleman's list will definitely be sect leader Nangong. This is purely a pastime. Don't be angry, don't be angry. After hearing what he said, Ming felt that it was somewhat reasonable. Moreover, he was still very curious about the other contents of the booklet. Thus, he snorted, took the booklet from the stall owner, and casually flipped through 2 more pages. This time he saw an even stranger ranking. Ranking of the arrogant young masters of the aristocratic families. Chapter 125. The handwriting on the list was very neat. It was written as follows: first, Nangongsi Identity, Scholarly Wind Sex Young Master; second, Ming Identity, Young Master of the Peak of Life and Death Ming. He slammed the book shut, and the muscles on his face were trembling. It was as if the moment he relaxed, He would not be able to contain the great flood and ferocious beast in his heart and burn the books. Sure. Xuemeng's face was gloomy. He took the booklet and patted the frightened stall owner. Every word was squeezed out from between his teeth. Wrap this book up separately for me. I'll take it back and study it myself. Xuemeng shoved the book into his pocket, then staggered back to the mountain with a large stack of books and scrolls given to him by the stall owner. He was very angry. He was so angry that he was about to die. Ranked second on the list of young masters? Bah! Which blind dog made the list? If he found out, he would definitely drag that person out and give him 100 punches before he could vent his anger. Screw your arrogance. What a dog! This kind of anger neutralized the ecstasy in his heart a little. When they returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, Xuemeng's mood finally returned to normal. He didn't explode at the slightest provocation. Although he was still very agitated because he had just been angry after a while, his mind was still clear and not muddled. At this moment, 2 high-ranking disciples were standing guard outside the waterside pavilion. The others were not allowed to pass so that the elders could rest. But Xuemeng was the young master. Who would dare to stop him? Thus Xuemeng smoothly entered. By this time the sky was already dark. The windows of the main hall of the waterside pavilion were half open, letting in a soft, honey-like light. Xuemeng didn't know if Shizun had woken up or not, so he softened his footsteps and entered with a book in hand. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, like a bird jumping on a tree branch. He temporarily put the unknown list to the back of his mind. He held his breath and looked at the bed with bright eyes. After a long silence, Xuemeng was stunned. Why was there no one on the bed? Just as he was about to take a closer look, a cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A voice dripping with cold water vapor faintly sounded behind him. Your Excellency, why have you barged into the Red Lotus Pavilion? Xuemeng stiffly turned his head and saw a pale face. The light was dim, and before he could see clearly, he was so scared that he screamed, raised his arm and slashed at the other person. Who would have thought that the opponent's speed was faster than his? His movements were as swift as a gust of wind and lightning. Suddenly he hacked Xuemeng's neck, and then he kicked Xuemeng's abdomen. Xuemeng was forced to kneel down, and the books in his arms scattered all over the floor. He was in a very sorry state. Xuemeng was originally just startled, but when he was forced to kneel by that person he was truly shocked. It had to be known that he was no longer the same as before. After 5 years of diligent cultivation, even Nangong Si was not his opponent. But this person, who he couldn't even see clearly, only used 2 moves to suppress him. Who was it? His head buzzed and blood rushed to his skull. However, at this time, he heard that person say in an extremely cold voice, I've been in closed-door cultivation for 5 years. Now anyone dares to come to my place. Whose disciple are you? Where's your master? Didn't he teach you the rules? As soon as his voice fell, Xuemeng threw himself over and tightly hugged him. Master! Master! Chu Wanning! Xuemeng raised his head. He originally wanted to hold it in, but in the end he couldn't. Tears flowed down his face. He couldn't help but choke with sobs as he said, Master, it's me. Look, it's me. It turned out that Chu Wanning had just woken up and went out to take a bath. Because of this, his body and hands were still cold and slightly damp. He stood in the same place. Although the light was dim, he could see clearly now that it was quiet. The person kneeling in front of him was a youth around 20 years of age. His skin was very white, which contrasted with his dark and thick eyebrows. The distance between his eyes and the arch of his eyebrows was slightly closer than normal people's, so his facial features were deep and his eyes were full of emotions. As for his lips, they were full and smooth, and the shape of his lips was beautiful. With this kind of face, even when he was angry, there was a hint of pampering. In fact, it was very easy for someone with this kind of appearance to be associated with the word seductive. But he wasn't. The most charming part of a person's face was their eyes. Xuemeng's eyes were like strong wine, always sparkling with a spicy, passionate, and unbridled light. They were very threatening. With these 2 pools of wine, even if they were filled with ice-white and soft jade flasks, no one would be able to recognize them wrongly. After all, 5 years had passed. When Chu Wanning died, Xuemeng was only 16 years old. Now he was 21 years old. 16 or 17 years old was the time when a man would change the most. 1 year his appearance would change and half a year his figure would change. Chu Wanning had missed 5 years, so when he suddenly saw him, he didn't recognize him immediately. "Oh, Shuemeng." After a long while, Chu Wanning stared at him and slowly called out. It seemed like he was calling him, but it also seemed like he was telling himself. This was Shuemeng. Shuemeng was no longer the immature youth in his memory. He had grown up, his shoulders were very wide, and his height was also. Chu Wanning calmly pulled him up. "Why are you kneeling? Get up." There wasn't much difference in height between them. Time passed exceptionally quickly on a young person. In just a few strokes, a child was carved into a mature appearance. When he first woke up, the first person Chu Wanning saw was Xue Zhengyong. He didn't feel how long 5 years was, but now that he saw Shuemeng, he suddenly understood. As it turned out, many people and things had changed in the blink of an eye. Shizun at the Soul Mountain Conference, Shuemeng finally calmed down a little. He pulled Chu Wanning aside and said, "I took first place." Chu Wanning first glanced at him, and then the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "That's only natural." Shuemeng blushed and said, I fought with Nangong Si. He had a divine weapon, I didn't. As he spoke, he felt that his intention of asking for credit was too obvious. He was actually a little embarrassed, so he lowered his head and rubbed the corner of his clothes. "I didn't lose face for Shizun." Chu Wanning smiled faintly and nodded. He suddenly said, "You must have suffered a lot." It wasn't bitter. Shuemeng paused and said, "It was sweet." Chu Wanning reached out, wanting to rub his head like he did in the past. But then he remembered that Shuemeng was no longer a child, so it wasn't appropriate to do so. Midway, he turned around and patted his shoulder. The books on the floor were scattered everywhere. The two of them picked them up one by one and placed them on the table. "You bought so many?" Chu Wanning said. "How long do you want me to read?" Not much. Shizun reads 10 lines at a glance. He finished it all in one night. Even after so long, Shuemeng's admiration did not diminish in the slightest. But Chu Wanning was a little speechless. He didn't know what to say, so he lit a candle and casually flipped through a few books. Jiangdongtang has a new sect leader? It's changed. The new sect leader is a woman. It's said that her temper is very bad. Chu Wanning continued to read. The page he was reading was about Jiangdongtang's chronicles. It was a long and voluminous article. Chu Wanning read very attentively. As he read, he suddenly stopped at the life of Jiangdongtang's new sect leader and casually asked Mo Ran. "How has he been these years?" He asked in a very restrained and light tone. Because of this, Shuemeng didn't feel that it was too abrupt. He answered honestly, "Not bad." Chu Wanning looked up. "What do you mean by not bad?" Shuemeng considered his words and said, "It means that he's like a person." "He wasn't like a person before?" Without waiting for Shuemeng to speak, Chu Wanning nodded again. "He really isn't like a person. Go on." Shuemeng was best at telling his own story in a very long and exciting way. He would tell others, especially Mo Ran's story, in a very short and simple way. "He's been running around these years. He's become more sensible." Shuemeng said, "Other than that, there's nothing else." "He didn't go to the Soul Mountain Conference?" "No, he was cultivating in the Snow Valley at that time." Chu Wanning didn't ask any more questions. The two of them talked about other things. Shuemeng was afraid that he would be tired. Although he still had a lot to say, he restrained himself and left first. After he left, Chu Wanning lay on the bed with his clothes on. He still remembered what happened in the world of spirits and souls. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by Mo Ran's change. It was just a fleeting life. After parting for so many years, Shuemeng had grown so much that he almost couldn't recognize him. He didn't know what Mo Ran looked like now. He still remembered what Xue Zhengyong said to him before he left today. "Yu Heng, I'll hold a banquet at the Mengpa lobby tomorrow to congratulate you on coming out of seclusion. You mustn't refuse. I've already sent the letter to Ran Air. You can't let him rush back from so far away and end up with no food and drink, right?" Chu Wanning didn't refuse. Although he didn't like crowds, Mo Ran had always been his weak spot. According to Xue Zhengyong, When the rainbow butterfly suppresses the heavens and rends the heavens, many villages at the foot of the White Top Mountain were destroyed. Now the survivors were either injured or disabled. Because of the heavy losses, those villages were still in ruins. The entire snowfield was like hell on earth. Mo Ran had been helping to rebuild the village these days. He read a book under the candlelight for a while. He couldn't help but get up and wave his sleeve to summon a transmission begonia. After thinking for a while, he said, "Lord, I'll have to trouble you to write another letter to Mo Ran. Tell him not to worry and that it's best if he can make it back in time. If he can't, I won't blame him. The weather is getting colder. Whitetop Mountain is bitterly cold every winter. Tell him to settle down in the village and not deal with it carelessly." After throwing away the begonia flower, Chu Wanning sighed and lay back on the bed. He picked up the half-read Chronicles of the Cultivation World and continued reading. Although his eyesight wasn't as exaggerated as Xue Meng said that he could finish reading these vast and complex scrolls in one night, he could still read a few historical books with ease. Late at night, the candlelight flowed into a quiet pool. Chu Wanning closed the book and frowned slightly. He had already roughly read the events that happened in the cultivation world in the past 5 years. At the beginning, the contents of the book didn't have much to say. But when it came to colorful Butterfly Town, there were a lot of descriptions about Mo Ran. Chu Wanning was originally lying on his side with one hand supporting his mouth and the other lazily flipping through the pages. When he read to this point, he couldn't help but sit up and read the book carefully. In the lower cultivation world, thousands of people traveled east. When they reached the border, they encountered a wall to defend, not allowing them to enter. Every few days, the sky was cloudy and evil spirits were everywhere. Thousands of people died in front of the wall. Blood flowed like drifting pestles. In the 9th month, the food supply route was cut off. People couldn't eat for 17 days because of internal yin and yang killing each other for food. What was written here was that in the lower cultivation world, many people wanted to escape to the upper cultivation world to take refuge, but they were refused. In the end, they had no food in their stomachs, so they killed each other to survive. That foul wind and bloody rain that filled the sky had now become a few words on the paper. When Chu Wanning read it, he felt very uncomfortable. At the peak of life and death, young Master Meng and young Master Ran were the immortals. Their swords came out of Shu. Under the Longcheng saber, more than 1,000 evil spirits were killed. Xue Meng became famous. Mo Ran patched up the sky alone, eliminating evil spirits in the underworld. His boundary technique, Chu Wanning, was not inferior. The world was shocked. Although Chu Wanning knew that the heavenly fissure described here wasn't as serious as it was in the past, he was still a little surprised. He opened his eyes slightly. He was able to patch up the fissure with his own strength? As he continued reading, he read more about Mo Ran's deeds of eliminating evil spirits and suppressing evil spirits. There were evil spirits on the east side of the river. Blue Pool Village refused to deal with this matter. Mo Ran heard and went. He encountered the Yellow River Demon and fought for 3 days. He cut off its head and burned it, eliminating the evil. Then young Master was seriously injured. His abdomen and ribs were pierced. Fortunately, he met sect leader Jiang Shi in the middle of the night. Chu Wanning's fingertips were cold. Young Master was seriously injured. His abdomen and ribs were pierced. Whose abdomen? Whose ribs? Mo Ran's? He was clearly someone who would never misread a sentence, but he didn't want to believe it at this time. He repeated it 4 or 5 times, and on the 6th time, he put his finger on it and read it word by word. Mo Ran heard and went. He fought for 3 days. Chu Wanning seemed to see the back of a black-clothed Xiao Sa. His boots stepping on the huge waves of the Yellow River, one hand behind his back, the other holding the shining divine weapon Willow Vine. He cut off its head and burned it, eliminating the evil. However, the young Master was seriously injured. His hands clenched tightly on the paper, his knuckles turning jade-like. He saw Mo Ran pull out the Willow Vine amidst the stormy waves. He let out a long roar like he had seen a ghost and cut off the Ba's head. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the Ba's sharp claws pierced into Mo Ran's abdomen. The behemoth that had lost its head swayed and finally fell to the ground, its huge body cutting off the flow of the Yellow River. Mo Ran also fell to the riverside. He could no longer stand, and his clothes were instantly soaked in blood. Chu Wanning slowly closed his eyes. For a long time he didn't open them. Only his fluttering eyelashes were slightly moist. After that, without exception, those books all called Mo Ran Grandmaster Mo. When Chu Wanning saw these 3 words, he only felt that they were indescribably strange and unfamiliar. He couldn't connect the smiling, lazy teenager in his memory with the title Grandmaster Mo. He had missed too many things about Mo Ran. He suddenly wondered if he would still be able to recognize this disciple if that person returned tomorrow. A disciple with many scars would become Grandmaster Mo's disciple. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a vague sense of uneasiness. He really wanted to see Mo Ran, but he also didn't dare to see Mo Ran. With such anxiety, Chu Wanning finally fell asleep in the latter half of the night. Even though she had died once, she still did not know how to take care of herself. She lay in a pile of files without a blanket. He was really quite weak, and his energy had yet to fully recover. In addition, not many people dared to trespass into the Red Lotus Pavilion, so no one woke him up. He fell into a deep sleep, and when Chu Wanning woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. Chu Wanning opened the window and looked at the setting sun outside. He fell into a long silence. The red clouds reflected the surface of the lake. A wild crane flew leisurely over the horizon, and a tired bird returned to its nest. It was already evening. He actually lay in bed for a day and a night? Chu Wanning's face was ashen. He put his hand on the window frame and with a paw sound, he almost broke the wooden frame. The banquet that the High Lord specially prepared for him was about to begin, but he was still sleepy, his clothes were untidy, and his hair was messy. What should he do? What to do? What to do? He was secretly anxious. Yu Hung. At this time Shuizhengyong actually came up the mountain. He pushed open the door and saw Chu Wanning sitting on the bed with an unfathomable expression. He couldn't help but be stunned. Why aren't you up yet? I'm up, Chu Wanning said. If it weren't for the strands of hair on his forehead sticking up, his appearance would have been very dignified. What's the matter, High Lord? You actually need to come here personally. Nothing. I just didn't see you come down for a day, so I was a little worried. Shuizhengyong rubbed his hands. Since you're up, wash up and go to the Mengpa lobby to eat. When Master Huizue left, he specifically said that you can only eat after 24 hours. You haven't eaten since you woke up yesterday, and now it's 24 hours. I had people prepare many dishes that you like. Crab meats, lion's head, osmanthus and lotus root. Come, let's go together. Thank you for your trouble, High Lord. When Chu Wanning heard about the crab meats, lion's head, osmanthus and lotus root, he was too lazy to take care of it carefully. He prepared to change his clothes and go down with Shuizhengyong. After all, the crab meats had to be eaten while they were hot. They would be tasteless if they were cold. Of course. Shuizhengyong watched him get off the bed and put on his shoes. He rubbed his hands for a while, then suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing." Chu Wanning wasn't good at taking care of life. After sleeping for 5 years, he was even more sluggish. He put on his left and right socks upside down. After a long time, he realized that something was wrong and quietly changed back. He focused on putting on his socks, so he didn't raise his head and said lightly, "What?" Shuizhengyong smiled. Ranair sent an urgent letter this morning saying that he'll definitely rush back tonight. He even brought you a congratulatory gift. This child is getting more sensible as he grows up. Hey Yu Hung, why did you take off your socks? Nothing, this is from yesterday. Chu Wanning said, it's a bit dirty, so I changed to a clean one. Then why didn't you change just now? I didn't remember just now. Shuizhengyong was very straightforward and didn't think about it. He just looked around and sighed. Speaking of which, Yu Hung, you're not young anymore. I think it's time for you to find a Dao companion. Look at your room. When Master Huizue left, it was neat and tidy. But when you woke up, it's not even lively yet. There's only a piece of paper here and a robe there. Do you want me to help you keep an eye out? Please go out, Lord. Huh. Chu Wanning's face was gloomy, and he didn't have a good temper. I'll change. Haha, okay, go out then. But about the Dao companion? Chu Wanning suddenly looked up. His eyes were like an ice lake, and he stared at Xue Zhengyong, who didn't have good eyesight. Xue Zhengyong finally understood and laughed dryly. I'm just asking. Yu Heng's condition isn't good enough for you. Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids and looked like he was rolling his eyes at Xue Zhengyong. Xue Zhengyong sighed and said helplessly, Did I say something wrong? I know you're picky. Chu Wanning said lightly, I just don't have the time. How is that picky? Since you're not picky, then tell me what kind of woman would catch your eye. As for me, I don't want to force you, but at least I can help you keep an eye out. Chu Wanning found him annoying and couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he said perfunctorily, Living people. Women. Lord, please keep an eye out. I won't see you out. With that, he pushed Xue Zhengyong out the door. Xue Zhengyong was unwilling. After going through a life and death situation, he was sincerely concerned about Chu Wanning's marriage. Back then, when Chu Wanning passed away, Xue Zhengyong was very regretful. He thought that if Chu Wanning had left behind a child like his brother, he would at least have something to think about. He would have someone to take care of and make up for it. However, Chu Wanning didn't have any children or brothers. He was a lone wolf. Xue Zhengyong was very sad at that time and felt very guilty. He felt that Chu Wanning was lonely and pitiful. Your request is different from not saying anything. Yu Heng, it's true, I'm serious, sigh. Xue Zhengyong wanted to struggle, but Chu Wanning had already pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. At the same time, he also set up a barrier blocking him outside. Xue Zhengyong. Chapter 126. Elder Yu Heng's exit from seclusion was naturally worthy of the entire sex celebration. However, Xue Zhengyong knew that Chu Wanning did not like crowds and was not good with words. Thus, he had already arranged everything that needed to be said and done beforehand. Chu Wanning had originally been afraid that the banquet would be somewhat awkward, but later found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Although Xue Zhengyong was a burly man, he had a clever mind and understood the situation very well. In front of all the elders and many disciples, he said a few heartfelt words. However, he did not say much and did not appear to be emotional. Instead, it was very moving. Only Elder Lutsuan was less perceptive and shouted with a smile. Yu Heng, today is a festive day. Why are you still so cold? You should say a few words as well. There are some new disciples here who have never seen your face. Xue Zhengyong blocked for him. Lutsuan, I've already helped Yu Heng say what he wanted to say. Why do you have to drag him to say more nonsense? That's not the same. He should at least say a few words. But it's fine. Xue Zhengyong still wanted to say something but was interrupted by a cold and deep voice. Since there are new disciples, I will say a few words. As Chu Wanning spoke, he stood up from his seat. He looked around the Mengpa lobby and saw that several thousand people were looking at him. However, Mo Ran had not arrived yet. Chu Wanning thought for a moment and said, The South Peak's Red Lotus Pavilion has many mechanical weapons. In order to prevent accidental injuries, I ask all new disciples not to trespass if there is no reason. Everyone sank into silence. Lutsuan could not help but ask, Are you done? I'm done. As Chu Wanning spoke, he lowered his eyes and lowered his head. He flicked his sleeves and sat down. Everyone sank into an even longer silence. Most of the new disciples were pondering. They thought to themselves, was coming back from the dead 5 years after death an experience that a mortal would have? No matter what, he should talk about his feelings in his heart, or thank his savior or something like that. But why did this person seem to be reading out a dogma and end it with just one sentence? This was too insincere. The older disciples could not help but chuckle. A few of them whispered to their companions beside them, It's Elder Yu Heng. He hasn't changed. He still speaks as little as ever. That's right. She has a bad temper and is impatient. Apart from her pretty face, she can't do anything else. Since there were so many people around and Chu Wanning couldn't hear them, someone joked. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Then they turned to look at the white-robed man sitting next to Xue Zhengyong. The banquet began. In addition to spicy Sichuan dishes, there were many exquisite pastries and Jiangnan dishes that were deftly arranged. The table was bustling with noise and excitement. Xue Zhengyong also opened about 100 jars of the best pear blossom white wine and distributed it to each table. The amber-colored wine was poured to the brim. Chu Wanning was eating her fourth lion's head with crab powder when suddenly a large bowl with a big mouth was placed right in front of her eyes. "You hung. Drink a cup." "This is a bowl." "Aya, who cares if it's a cup or a bowl, drink it. It's your favorite pear blossom wine." Xue Zhengyong's thick eyebrows were dyed bright with happiness. "When it comes to your alcohol tolerance, I, Xue Zhengyong, am the first to admit defeat. You really can't get drunk after 1,000 cups. You can't get drunk after 10,000 cups. Come. Let me toast you with this first cup." Chu Wanning smiled. He raised the big bowl and clinked it with Xue Zhengyong's. "Since the great lord says so, I'll drink this first cup." He finished it in one gulp and flipped the bowl over for Xue Zhengyong to see. Xue Zhengyong was overjoyed, but his eyes reddened. Good. 5 years ago, you asked me for a jar of excellent pear blossom wine in the cellar. I didn't want to give it to you. Later I regretted it very much. I thought I would never. His voice grew softer. He suddenly raised his head and exhaled deeply. Then he said loudly, "Let's not talk about it anymore. There's no need to talk about it anymore. If you like it in the future, the entire cellar of pear blossom wine will be yours. I'll let you drink good wine for the rest of your life." Chu Wanning smiled. "Okay, I'll make a profit." While they were talking, Xue Meng was talking to someone in a corner for a long time. Suddenly, Xue Meng dragged that person over. The two of them bowed in front of Chu Wanning. "Shizun." Xue Meng raised his head. His youthful face was dignified. "Shizun." That person also raised his head. Like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Like a cloud emerging from the mountain. If it wasn't Shimei, who else could it be? Shimei said shamefully, "Disciple was in Wuchang Town's doctor's clinic today. I couldn't leave and only came to see Shizun now. I'm really ashamed. Please forgive me, Shizun." "It's fine." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and carefully looked at Shimei for a while. Although his face was indifferent, he suddenly felt a strange sense of loss in his heart. This person, who was Mo Ran's favorite, had grown into a peerless beauty. If it was said that 5 years ago, Mo was still a beauty, then now he was like a bunch of epiphyllum blooming in the middle of the night. The tender green petals could no longer hide the whiteness inside. The fragrant petals trembled as they peeked out, making everything around them pale in comparison. He had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. His eyes were as soft as spring water. The curve of the bridge of his nose was extremely soft. If it was a bit more, it would be too fierce, but if it was a bit less, it would be too weak. His lips were bright red and full, like cherries soaked in dew. The words he spat out were sweet and soft. "Shizun, disciple misses you very much." He rarely expressed his emotions so openly. Therefore, Chu Wanning couldn't help but be startled. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Shimei's eyes were red. He was deeply moved, making Chu Wanning feel a little ashamed. Why would he be jealous of Shimei? He was older than the younger generation by so many years. He was in a high position. Why would he be jealous of Shimei? Thinking of this, Chu Wanning nodded and said indifferently, "Both of you can stand up." After getting permission, the two disciples stood up. Chu Wanning had already calmed down, but when he glanced at Shimei, he was suddenly stunned. Shimei was taller than Xue Meng? This comparison made Chu Wanning choke. He coughed twice and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He was taller by more than a little. But this made Shimei's figure even better. His shoulders were broad. His waist was thin and his legs were long. There was an indescribable exquisiteness and elegance. His hair was long and thin. He didn't look like the weak youth he was in the past. Chu Wanning's face couldn't help but sink. He felt that he had lost a little too miserably. But, forget it. Anyway, he couldn't say his feelings for Mo Ran until his death. It was even more impossible for him to say it in the future. As for Mo Ran, that guy chased him to the ends of the earth, but he couldn't tell that he liked him. In the future, it was even more impossible for him to tell. The two of them could be master and disciple for life. Their friendship was deep, so it wasn't impossible. As for the other things, it couldn't be forced. Just forget about it. Xue Meng suddenly blushed. He elbowed Shimei and gave him a look. Shimei was helpless. He said softly, "Do you really want me to go?" "Yes, it's more suitable for you to go." But these things were prepared by you for 5 years, young master. It's awkward because they were prepared by me. You go. Besides, didn't you bring back some of the other things today? Oh, okay. Shimei sighed. He couldn't persuade Shuemeng. He could only take a large rosewood wood stick from Shuemeng's hands behind his back. He held it with both hands and walked in front of Chu Wanning, who was sitting down and eating the lion's head. Shizun, young master, and I have prepared some gifts for the past 5 years. They are all small gifts. I hope Shizun will accept them. Shuemeng listened from behind. His face became redder and redder. In order to hide his panic, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned his head leisurely. He pretended that he suddenly had a strong interest in the carved pillars of the Mengpo lobby. Normally, it was impolite to open the gifts given by others. However, as their Shizun, Chu Wanning wasn't willing to accept things that were too expensive. Hence, he thought for a while and asked, "What are they?" "They are some small trinkets that we bought from everywhere." Shimei was extremely intelligent. How could he not understand Chu Wanning's intentions? Hence he said, "They aren't worth much. If Shizun is worried, you can open them when you go back and take a look." However, Chu Wanning said, "There's no difference between going back and now. Open them." No, don't open them." Shuemeng was stunned for a moment. He immediately rushed over to snatch the box. However, Chu Wanning had already opened the box. He even glanced at him indifferently. "You ran so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling?" Shuemeng. Sure enough, it was stuffed to the brim with all sorts of interesting little objects. There were some intricately embroidered hairbands, ingenious hairbands, and divine jade hooks. Chu Wanning casually picked up a bottle of calming pills. Under the candlelight, the insignia of the cold scale divine hand shone brightly. This box of items was priceless. Chu Wanning really didn't know what to say. He raised his phoenix eyes and glared at Shuemeng. Shuemeng's face turned even redder. Shuizhengyong was amused. He said, "Since Meng is so considerate, Yu Heng, just accept them. In any case, the other elders have already prepared gifts for you. They're all worth quite a bit. It won't hurt to add one more." Chu Wanning said, "Shuemeng is my disciple." In other words, he wasn't willing to accept so many things as a disciple. "But these are the most suitable things for Shizun that I've seen in these 5 years. When Shuemeng heard this, he became anxious. "I've only used the money I earned. I didn't spend a single cent of father's money. Shizun, if you don't accept them, he'll feel uncomfortable and won't be able to sleep." Shuizhengyong spoke for his son. He might even go on a hunger strike. Chu Wanning. He really didn't know how to talk to this father and son pair. Thus he lowered his head to look at the box again. Suddenly, he saw an even smaller wooden box lying among the pile of things. "This is..." He took it out and opened it. There were 4 clay dolls lying inside. He didn't quite understand. He raised his eyes and glanced at Shuemeng, only to see that Shuemeng's face was completely red, as if blood was about to drip out. Seeing that Chu Wanning was looking at him, he hurriedly lowered his head. He was such a handsome man, yet he acted like a young boy. Being stared at by his master, he lowered his eyes and lowered his head. He was indescribably shy. Chu Wanning asked, "What is this?" Shuizhengyong was also curious. "Take it out and let us see." "Don't want." Shuemeng held his forehead and weakly muttered. However, his father had already happily laid out the 4 little clay figurines. The 4 clay dolls were extremely ugly. Other than the fact that one of them was slightly taller and the other 3 were slightly shorter, it was almost impossible to tell the difference between them. This kind of work was clearly done by Shuemeng. It should be known that Shuemeng originally wanted to learn mecha techniques from Chu Wanning. In the end, after learning for a day, Chu Wanning made him change to knife techniques. There was no other reason than this brat not being able to accomplish anything in the entire afternoon at the Red Lotus Pavilion. Instead, he took a file and almost tore apart the mecha room. It was really hard for him to make clay dolls with such a pure heart. Shuizhengyong picked up one of the clay dolls and turned it around to look at it. He didn't understand it and asked his son, "What are you making?" Shuemeng stubbornly said, I just made it for fun. It's nothing. These black clay dolls really don't look good. The taller one is much prettier. It's painted white, muttered Shuizhong as he rubbed the doll's head with his thumb. Shuimeng said, "Don't touch it." But it was too late. The doll spoke. "Uncle, don't touch it." Shuizhong. Chu Wanning. Shuimeng slapped himself and covered his eyes with his arm, unwilling to look. Shuizhong reacted after a long time. He laughed loudly. "Hey Menger, did you make Ranner? It's too ugly, ha ha ha." Shuimeng angrily said, "That's because he's ugly to begin with. Look at how I made Shizun. It's so pretty." As he spoke, his face turned red as he pointed at the white clay dolls. The white clay dolls' heads were brushed by his fingertips. They coldly humped and said, "Don't be impudent, Chu Wanning." Ha 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 ha. Shuizhong laughed until tears were about to flow out of his eyes. "This is good, this is good. You even put some linging cotton in it, right? This little thing imitates Yu Heng's tone. It's quite similar. Ha 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 ha." Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and said, "Nonsense." However, he still gently took back the 4 clay figurines and put them back into the box, placing them beside him. During this process, his face was expressionless. He appeared very calm and indifferent, but when he looked up again, there was a gentleness that had not faded from his eyes. "I'll accept this. Take the rest back. You can use these things too. Master doesn't lack them." "But, young master, Shizun wants you to take them back. Just take them back." Shimei smiled and softly persuaded him. He lowered his voice and said, "Anyway, isn't this box of clay dolls the most the young master wants to give?" Shuimeng's head was practically smoking. He angrily glared at Shimei and kicked his feet. He bit his lip and didn't say anything. Shuimeng was a person who had been highly praised since he was young. There was nothing that he couldn't say or do. Because of this, his way of expressing his likes and dislikes was often very passionate and straightforward. Chu Wanning felt that he was very rare. This kind of directness was something he had never had. It was one of Shuimeng's most precious qualities. He was a bit envious. Unlike himself, he had never been an honest person. His heart missed him very much, but his mouth said that he didn't care. After his rebirth, although he was a bit better, that was it. He wouldn't change much. Rome wasn't built in a day. He felt that even if he used the rest of his life to change, he wouldn't be able to change much. If he changed too much, he probably wouldn't be him anymore. When the banquet was about to end, Mo Ran still hadn't returned. Chu Wanning was actually very depressed, but he didn't say anything. Although he really wanted to ask Shuizhong, he wanted to ask how Mo Ran wrote that letter today. He wanted to ask Shuizhong if he knew where Mo Ran was. But he held the wine cup and drank cup after cup. His knuckles were pale. The wine burned into his lungs, but it didn't burn his heart until it was warm enough. It was warm enough to turn his head and ask when he would return. Chapter 127. Chu Wanning did not ask, and Shuizhong did not mention it either. The supremacy at the peak of life and death drank a little too much. He was dizzy and could not speak properly. He suddenly came closer and stared at Chu Wanning. "Chu Wanning, you're not happy." "No." "You're angry." "No." Chu Wanning said. "Who made you unhappy?" Chu Wanning. "Ask?" If he asked, he would feel much better. Maybe Mo Ran did not say that he would definitely come back tonight. Maybe he said that he would try his best to come back tonight, but Shuizhong made a mistake when he repeated it. Or Shuizhong remembered it wrongly. Chu Wanning looked outside the door. The night was dark. The banquet was about to end, and the banquet was going to be cold. On the first day he came out of seclusion, Mo Ran did not come back. All the disciples at the peak of life and death were there. Even those he did not know the names of or even those he had never seen before were there. He was the only one missing. Without him, the banquet was incomplete. There were so many crabmeat meatballs, osmanthus, lotus root, and pear blossom white fragrant snow wine, but it was not enough. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the distance, near the entrance of the Mengpo lobby. "Aya! Look! What's that outside? What's that in the sky?" More and more people gathered around. Everyone in the house could hear the crackling noises and the thunderous booms of spring thunder. People walked out of their houses and stood on the grass in front of Mengpo Hall. They raised their heads and looked at the fiery trees and silver flowers in the night sky. The river of stars shattered into little fireflies, blooming magnificently in the sky and fluttering down. Fireworks. Those young disciples were beaming with joy. Their youthful faces were illuminated by the flickering firelight, and their eyes reflected the broken stars in the sky. It's so beautiful. I've never seen such huge fireworks before, not even during the New Year. Chu Wanning also slowly walked out of the hall. He was not in a good mood. Even though Shui Zhengyong had prepared such a splendid fireworks festival, he was still unable to get rid of the heaviness in his heart even though he was grateful. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the clouds and penetrated the moon. He raised his head slightly, and a beam of golden red flowing light shot into the sky like an arrow. So pretty. If that person was also here, bang! When that dazzling star rose to the same height as the Wu Go, it suddenly exploded. Millions of sparkling and translucent golden lights converged into a stream. Thus, the Milky Way lost its color and the Moon Palace lost its light. The fireworks were like a tree of begonia, blowing down like snow, like the sparkling waves of a vast river. Chu Wanning slowly closed her eyes amidst the dazzling lights and lively atmosphere. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Master for coming out of seclusion. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind him. Every word was clear and sharp. Chu Wanning suddenly trembled, as if there was a thorn in his back, as if there was a charcoal fire in his throat. His heartbeat lost its speed, and his blood flowed freely. He couldn't breathe and suddenly turned his head. Behind him stood a few disciples who had just walked out of the Mengpo lobby. They were all looking at the sky in astonishment. Someone recited. Gradually, there was more than one person reciting. Everyone felt that it was a novelty. Those young disciples, male and female, stood alone or in groups of 3 or 5. They all looked at the splendid night sky and recited this sentence. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Master for coming out of seclusion. Every word was gentle like the tide, like the ravings of a dream. Every sentence was firm like a boulder, like a thousand-catty mountain. Chu Wanning suddenly raised his head. The fireworks in the night sky flowed and flickered due to the spiritual power. They formed this sentence in such a splendid and huge formation. The fireworks condensed into a grand tide that could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The colorful stars seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and thousands of mountains, separated by the past, rushing towards him in this never-ending night. That person's joy, sorrow, longing, and guilt also rushed towards him in this never-ending night. He felt that he had suddenly become a driftwood in the sea. The seawater was him in the underworld, in front of the Ghost King Palace. When Mo Ran suddenly hugged him, his eyes were warm, passionate, and resolute. He had nowhere to run. His surroundings were filled with that person's murmurs, that person's laughter, that person's deep feelings. Chu Wanning didn't want to care about what kind of deep feelings it was, whether it was the master and disciple relationship or something else. It was enough as long as there were feelings. Mo Ran still didn't make it back in time before the banquet ended. Even if he traveled day and night, even if he didn't stop, he still had a long way to go. Fortunately, he still had the communication fireworks made by Xuanji Elder in his backpack. He was afraid that something would happen to him outside, so he used it in an emergency. It was a work of art. It could condense spiritual power to write on a piece of paper, put it in a scroll and ignite it. Then the written words would be released into a huge firework. Even if it was far away, it could still be seen at the peak of life and death. This firework was very expensive and extremely difficult to make, but Mo Ran didn't care at all. He only hoped that his Shizun wouldn't be angry. Even if it was thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, even if it was drowning. He also wanted Chu Wanning to hear these words. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Shizun on coming out of seclusion. For hours later the banquet ended. When he returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, it was already late at night. Chu Wanning smelled of alcohol and felt uncomfortable. He wanted to take a bath, but the weather had already turned cold. The lotus pond in the Red Lotus Pavilion was too cold. He took a bath yesterday and almost froze his body. He thought for a while, then went back to his room to get a change of clothes and a wooden basin. He then walked to the wonderful sound pool. The wonderful sound pool was a bathhouse shared by the entire sect. He had only taken a bath here a few months ago when he had just arrived at the peak of life and death. It was already very late at this time. Not many people would take a bath here. Chu Wanning raised his hand and lifted the thin curtain of the bath. He walked in. Many places in the peak of life and death had been renovated, but the wonderful sound pool hadn't. It was surrounded by high-tiled walls. After entering the door, he first had to pass through a winding corridor with floating gauze curtains. When he reached the end, he saw 6 narrow wooden steps painted with tung oil. Everyone who went to take a bath would take off their shoes and socks before walking down the wooden steps. Therefore, he only needed to take a look here to know how many people were in the pool. When Chu Wanning took off his shoes and socks, he also paid attention. He found that there was only one pair of boots here. The boots were quite big and a bit dirty, but they were placed neatly in the corner. They weren't thrown away randomly just because the place was empty. Chu Wanning thought, who is it? Coming to take a bath this late? But he didn't think too much about it. He hugged his small wooden basin and walked barefoot down the steps. He brushed aside the last curtain at the end of the walkway and went down to the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with mist and rosy clouds. There was a huge hot spring here. Following the rise and fall of the terrain, it created an extremely wide waterfall, which gave off a muffled rumbling sound. Hazy steam and dense white smoke stretched out from the pool and floated into the air, spreading to every corner and every inch of space. Because the mist was too thick, everything here was blurry. People had to be very close to each other in order to see each other's faces clearly. Chu Wanning walked on the smooth yuhua stone path. He passed through the overlapping and heavy peach trees and arrived at the nearest bathhouse. There was a short rack carved out of bluestone, which was specifically used to store washing items. He placed his small wooden basin and robe on top of it. Then he took off his clothes and slowly walked into the pool. So warm. He couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to squeeze into the bathhouse with so many people and didn't want to take a bath in the middle of the night every day, he really would find the Red Lotus Pavilion cold and simple. After all, Shui Zhengyong was a meticulous person. He was the one who oversaw the construction of the wonderful sound pool. There were flowers by the pool, flourishing all year round. At the end of the pool was a waterfall for washing. If he got tired of soaking, he could lie down in a small wooden pavilion nearby and use the geothermal stone to press his meridians and acupoints. Compared to the hasty bath he took yesterday at the Red Lotus Pavilion, this place was far too comfortable. Chu Wanning forgot for a moment and felt somewhat happy. Seeing that there was no one around, he stretched out his slender body and swam straight to the waterfall. Splash! He had just floated out of the water and wiped his face. The faint smile on his face had not yet disappeared when he suddenly saw a man with his back to him, showering under the intense waterfall. The sound of the waterfall was so loud that even though Chu Wanning was so close, he didn't hear the other person's movements. He was afraid that if he had floated up just a bit later and continued to swim forward, his fingertips would have touched that man's legs. Fortunately, he stopped at the edge of the cliff and got up so he didn't touch the other person. However, this distance was still somewhat rude. He was almost standing behind that man. The man was very tall, much taller than Chu Wanning. His skin was tanned to a honey-colored, appearing very wild. His shoulders were broad and straight, and his shoulder blades moved with the movement of his arms. They were like golden mountains, containing an unstoppable force. His muscles weren't exaggerated, but they were firm and well-proportioned. The water splashed against his body. Some of the water strands converged into streams on the wide open field, while others splashed in all directions. Some seemed to be infatuated with his body, willingly turning into a thin layer of water that covered his body, inseparable from him. Chu Wanning was used to being cold, so when had he ever seen such a hot body? His ears immediately turned red, and he hurriedly turned around to leave. However, whether it was because the bottom of the pool was too slippery, or because his footsteps were unsteady, he actually staggered and fell into the pool, creating a large splash. Cough, cough. This time, Chu Wanning's face turned red from embarrassment. Because of his panic, he choked on several mouthfuls of water. When he thought about how this water was the bathwater of that guy behind him, he became even more angry and disgusted. He couldn't be bothered to remain calm, and hurriedly tried to stand up from the water. He was the Grand Elder Yu Hong, how could he? Suddenly, a smooth, strong hand supported him, pulling the flustered and embarrassed Chu Wanning out of the rushing water. That man was clearly alarmed by his movements. "Are you okay?" The man grabbed his arm, his voice low and slow. The difference in height allowed the man to speak with his head lowered, and his breath brushed past Chu Wanning's ears. "The stones here are very slippery, so be careful." Chu Wanning's ears turned even redder. He could almost feel that the man's chest was just behind him, just a foot away. Rise and fall, rise and fall. When he was down, he was soft-hearted and spared his life. When he was up, he was so hostile, almost sticking to his back. Chu Wanning was ashamed and angry at the same time. When had he ever been in contact with someone like this? Abruptly shaking off the man's hand, Chu Wanning's face was gloomy, but his gaze was evasive. "I'm fine." The sound of the waterfall was very loud, washing away Chu Wanning's voice. But for some reason, after hearing him speak, the man suddenly trembled, and his entire person froze. He slightly raised his hand, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't have the courage to say it. While he was hesitating, Chu Wanning had already walked a little further away. He stepped in, or rather, hid under the curtain of water that was boiling with excitement. Chapter 128. Chu Wanning's heart was beating very fast, and his face was a little red from anger. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the man was still standing in the same place like a mountain. His body seemed to be a little stiff. Chu Wanning didn't look at him directly, but he could feel that the man's naked and undisguised gaze was staring straight at him. It was like a sword that had just been taken out of the sword pool and was still shockingly hot. When it pierced through the waterfall, the water was vaporized by the sword and stabbed into his body. Chu Wanning felt that he had been greatly offended for no reason. His expression became more and more ugly. He bit his lips and hid deeper into the waterfall. Unexpectedly, the man was an idiot. Chu Wanning hid inside, and like a marionette, he followed her and took a step forward. Chu Wanning was furious. This made him think that there were always a few perverted demons at the peak of life and death. In the past, there was even a woman who didn't sleep at night. She climbed to the roof of the Red Lotus Pavilion and secretly waited to watch him bathe. This memory made his scalp tingle. The arm that was grabbed by the man seemed to have goosebumps. Fortunately, he hid in the deepest part of the waterfall and ate the water droplets for a long time. Finally, the man seemed to have let him go. He returned to the waterfall and continued to bathe. Chu Wanning suppressed the anger in his heart. He didn't want to stay in the waterfall any longer. He planned to finish bathing and leave as soon as possible. He reached for the towel on his shoulder, only to find that the towel, as well as the locust soap that was wrapped in it, had fallen into the water because of the earth-shattering fall just now. It had probably melted by now. Go ashore to get it? Walk naked under the man's nose? Chu Wanning's face was not red now. His face was green. His thin lips were tightly pursed. He felt very humiliated. He didn't want to go. So he crossed his arms like a fool, leaned back against the rock, and continued to bathe himself in the deepest part of the waterfall. Chu Wanning. The man. Suddenly, from afar, that person raised his voice and asked hesitantly, "Do you want honey? And the incense? We can't just keep charging like this, right?" Chu Wanning closed his eyes but still didn't go out. He said coldly, "Throw it over." That person didn't throw it over, as if he felt that it was too rude and disrespectful to treat a stranger this way. Chu Wanning waited for a while under the waterfall. Then she saw a peach leaf carrying a locust and 2 incense sticks floating towards her. She used her spiritual energy to slowly float towards her. Chu Wanning picked up the things and looked at them carefully. He was stunned. There was nothing wrong with Chinese soap, as everyone used the same ones. However, the person who used the incense had chosen the 2 scents of plum blossom and begonia, which were his favorite. He couldn't help but take another look at the tall figure hidden in the distance through the sparkling water curtain. The man asked him, "Do you want these 2 kinds?" Chu Wanning said, "Not bad." The man did not speak again. The 2 of them were far apart, each with their own thoughts. They washed in silence. Chu Wanning washed and felt a little more comfortable. Then, he carefully stood out from the depths of the waterfall. After all, the place where he was originally standing was too fast, and the rush made him uncomfortable. However, as soon as he came out, the man looked in his direction again. It was fine if he looked over, but Chu Wanning always felt that this guy's gaze was strange. It was as if he had something to say to her, but he was hesitating whether he should go forward. He stared at Chu Wanning until she felt goosebumps all over her body. After washing for a while, Chu Wanning couldn't stand it anymore, so he decided to leave first. Unfortunately, his clothes were at the entrance of the pool, so he had to go back the way he came to put them on. Chu Wanning had no choice but to brace himself, grit his teeth, and walk to the place where the man was standing. Unexpectedly, when she walked in front of the man and there was a short distance between them, the man suddenly moved as well. He tied up his long hair and swung his wet hair as he followed behind Chu Wanning, preparing to get out of the shower as well. The veins on Chu Wanning's forehead throbbed violently as he quickened his pace. Who would have thought that the man would be so shameless as he also quickened his pace? Chu Wanning. The golden light of Heaven's Inquisition was already flowing on his fingertips. The reason why he resisted summoning his weapon was not because he was afraid of injuring others, but because he felt that no matter what, he had to put on his clothes first before fighting. Therefore he walked faster. This time the man did not follow him. The man stopped. Chu Wanning heaved a sigh of relief, but halfway through, he couldn't even finish his sigh. Then he heard the man behind him say, "There's foam in your hair. Aren't you going to wash it clean?" Just as Chu Wanning was fuming, the man slowly walked over again. This time he was very close and his voice was very clear. He was right behind him. If Chu Wanning wasn't so angry, he should be able to recognize that although the voice had changed, it was still vaguely familiar. Unfortunately, his heart was filled with raging flames and turbulent currents. The man still wanted to say something. Chu Wanning finally couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly turned around, and the golden light in his hand suddenly appeared. With a whoosh he slammed it down on the man's face. His eyes were as bright as a knife. Chu Wanning was unable to restrain his anger. He couldn't wait to explode and kill him. "Are you crazy?" The light of Heaven's Inquisition split open the hazy mist and swept towards the man's chest. In an instant, the golden light illuminated the man's face. Chu Wanning saw a pair of eyes. They were bright, gentle, and shy. They were like fireflies in the galaxy, accompanied by the surging wind and clouds, but also like the calm water, hiding the past. "Oh!" Mo ran. His hand wanted to stop, but it was too late. The willow vine hissed and struck Mo Ran's firm and smooth chest. Mo Ran groaned but didn't make any sound. He only lowered his head for a while. When he raised his face again, there was still no resentment in his eyes. It was just that they were wet, as if they had just experienced a lingering rain. Chu Wanning suddenly withdrew his Heaven's Inquisition and stood stiffly in place. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Why didn't you dodge?" Mo Ran said, "Mas Shizun." Chu Wanning was stunned. He had imagined many times when they would meet again, but he never thought that he would meet him at the wonderful sound pool, in the hot spring water. "What are you doing here? When did you come back?" "Just now." Mo Ran said softly, "I was in a hurry, and my body was too dirty. I couldn't look, so I wanted to take a bath first, then pay my respects to Shizun. I didn't expect." Chu Wanning was speechless for a while. They didn't expect. Both of them wanted to meet each other in a dignified and proper manner. Mo Ran probably wanted to appear in front of Chu Wanning immaculately and tidily. The result? Not only was it not proper, it was also ridiculous. Not only was it not dignified, it was also ridiculous. Not only was he not immaculately dressed, but he was also naked. Being clean and tidy barely met the criteria. If he wasn't so clean that he didn't even have clothes on, he wouldn't be wearing anything. "Shizun, it's really you." Mo Ran didn't care too much about this. For 5 years Chu Wanning was asleep and he was awake. To Chu Wanning it was just a dream, but to him it was more than 1,000 days. His feelings were far more complicated than Chu Wanning's. His eyes were slightly red, and he suppressed his surging emotions. "It's been so long, I didn't dare to admit it. I felt that I recognized the wrong person. I even thought..." Chu Wanning felt his brain buzzing, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. After a while he said, "If you weren't sure, why didn't you come and ask me yourself? Why did you follow behind me without saying anything?" I also wanted to ask. Mo Ran said softly, but it's been 5 years. Suddenly, I seem to see Shizun right in front of me. I actually feel like I'm dreaming. Being close to home made him even more nervous. He didn't dare to ask the person. Most likely when he saw his silhouette he felt this way. In these 5 years he had already dreamed too much. He was afraid that he would go crazy again and wake up with tears on the pillow. The so-called meeting was just a false joy. Chu Wanning's heart was in a mess, but she could only force herself to remain calm. It was really hard on her. Her heart was clearly wet, but she still had to dryly say, "What kind of dream could be this ridiculous?" Hearing Chu Wanning's reply, Mo Ran was slightly startled at first. Then he seemed to think of something. He pursed his lips, a halo flowing in the depths of his eyes. In fact, he originally didn't want to talk about that matter as soon as they met, but after hesitating, he felt that if he didn't take advantage of the fact that Chu Wanning hadn't built up a wall yet to ask, it would be difficult to have another chance in the future. So he paused, then said, "Shizun doesn't remember?" "Don't remember what?" Mo Ran's eyes were dark, deep and bottomless. "You told me before. Dreams that are too good are often not real." "That's only because..." Chu Wanning suddenly paused, suddenly realizing that he had said this when Jin Chengqi saved Mo Ran. Because at that time his heart was really uncomfortable, so he said such a depressing sentence. After so long he could still easily remember it. But how did Mo Ran know that the person who saved Jin Chengqi was actually him? Could it be that Shimei told him? Chu Wanning raised his eyes to look at him, only to see that Mo Ran was also looking at him. At this time he suddenly realized that Mo Ran wasn't sure of the truth at all. The reason he said this was only to observe his reaction. Mo Ran said softly, "So it really is Shizun." "Chu Wanning." Mo Ran raised his hand. The skin on his chest was cut open and blood seeped out. He smiled bitterly. "These years I've always thought about the past and wanted to know what Shizun had done for me. I thought about a lot of things, and then I also thought about the illusion at Jin Chengqi. Shimei has never directly called my name." He paused, then continued, "Those memories, the more I thought about them, the more painful it was. So I wanted to wait for Shizun to wake up and see you. There are many things that I want to ask you personally about. The thing that I want to ask the most is, Shizun, the person who saved me at the bottom of the pool, was actually you, right?" As Mo Ran said this, he walked towards him. Chu Wanning wanted to retreat, because he suddenly realized that Mo Ran was so tall, like a mountain. Every inch of his body seemed to contain a strength that could take a person's life. He suddenly realized that Mo Ran's eyes were so bright, like the rising sun falling into the two pools of spiritual light. Wherever the light rippled, it was full of multicolored light. Chu Wanning felt flustered for no reason. He said, "It wasn't me." Mo Ran obviously didn't believe him. In his panic, Chu Wanning grabbed onto another topic, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. But because he was too shocked, too nervous, and too embarrassed, he even forgot that he had just asked this question, and Mo Ran had already answered him. He looked at the man whose chest he had cut open and said, "I accidentally injured you just now. Why didn't you dodge?" Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, his thick eyelashes drooped and he smiled. "You said that the dream was too good to be true." He also answered again. After a pause, he seemed to murmur, "I wanted to feel pain. If it hurts, it can't be fake." He had already walked over and stood in front of Chu Wanning. It was probably because of this sudden reunion that the joy and gentleness in his heart, as well as pity and sorrow, surpassed everything else. Mo Ran didn't think of anything else, didn't let his imagination run wild. He even forgot that he should maintain a proper distance from Chu Wanning, a distance that a master and disciple should have. But he didn't. When love was deep, he would always remember that the person in front of him was Wanning, not Shizun. Mo Ran's eyes became more and more wet and red. He smiled and raised his arm. "I think I was splashed by the water just now." As he said this, he wiped his face and eyes. Chu Wanning looked up at him in a daze. Because he had been looking forward to Mo Ran's return for a long time, he was slightly more clear-headed than Mo Ran. But it was precisely because of this trace of clear-headedness that he had extra thoughts to pay attention to the current state of the two of them. They were wearing nothing and standing face to face as they spoke. Mo Ran was still so close to him. If he moved forward a little more, He could hug him just like in the world of spirits and souls. He didn't want to look up at Mo Ran's handsome face, but when he looked down a few inches, he saw tall and straight shoulders and broad chest. The blood from the Heaven's Inquisition slowly dissipated, and the water droplets that had yet to dry trembled slightly with Mo Ran's breathing. Chu Wanning didn't even know if this sturdy chest was hotter, or the water was hotter. He only felt that the surroundings were filled with Mo Ran's breath, and he was about to lose his soul. Shizun, I what? Before Mo Ran could say anything, he saw Chu Wanning suddenly turn around and run. He was stunned. He was really running. It was the first time he saw Chu Wanning in such a hurry to run away, as if there was something behind him that could take his life and chew up his soul. I really miss you. Mo Ran stood in the same place. Because of inertia, he said this sentence in a daze, and then pursed his lips. Why did he have to run? Mo Ran felt a little wronged. When he got ashore, he saw Chu Wanning, whose face was alternating between green and red, and he couldn't help but feel even more wronged. Shizun, he muttered. Chu Wanning ignored him. Shizun. Chu Wanning still ignored him and wrapped his waist. Shizun, what are you doing? After putting on his clothes with great difficulty, Chu Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his face and reason had returned to his flesh and blood with the cover of the robe. He raised his sword-like eyebrows angrily, and his pair of sharp phoenix eyes glared fiercely at the traitorous disciple who dared to be taller than him. What can't we talk about outside? You're talking to me naked. What do you think you look like? Mo Ran was a little embarrassed. He curled his hand into a fist and coughed. I don't want to be naked either. Then why don't you put on your clothes first? Mo Ran paused and his gaze shifted to the side. He looked at the peach blossom tree next to him and said, It's like this. He took a deep breath, and finally made up his mind to say it. Shizun, you're wearing my clothes. After saying this, Mo Ran stared at the swaying peach blossoms, and his face turned a little red. Chapter 129. In a short moment Chu Wanning's mind was in turmoil. Wind and rain intersected, thunder roared, lightning flashed and black clouds splashed. To take them off or not to take them off? This was a deadly question. Not taking them off seemed to be inappropriate. He already knew that he was wearing the wrong clothes. He couldn't pretend that he didn't hear Mo Ran's words just now, could he? Take them off. How could he have the face? He had put on the clothes with great difficulty. He couldn't take them off one by one in front of Mo Ran. There was a strange silence. Mo Ran said, however, I washed these clothes very well. If Shizun doesn't mind, then wear them. Chu Wanning said, and Mo Ran sighed in relief. He had always been a bit slow. When he spoke just now, he didn't realize that Chu Wanning had already put on more than half of his clothes. If he reminded him at this time, would he be forcing Shizun to take off his clothes in front of him? That scene only lightly ignited a cluster of sparks in Mo Ran's heart, but it burned him. His face turned even redder. Fortunately, he was used to running around outside these years. He was no longer as soft and tender as he was when he was young. His wheat-colored skin was not easy to see, but he felt that the sound of his heartbeat was a bit loud. He had a guilty conscience and was afraid that Chu Wanning would hear it. So he hurriedly lowered his head to take Chu Wanning's clothes and put them on. After tidying up his clothes, the two looked at each other and fell into another layer of awkwardness. It didn't fit. Mo Ran wore Chu Wanning's clothes. It was obviously a bit tight. The lapels couldn't be folded and the lapels were open, revealing a large area of tight honey-colored chest muscles. Half of his legs were exposed. It looked like he was stretched too thin and had an indescribable grievance. Chu Wanning's situation wasn't any better. He was wearing Mo Ran's outer robe, and the ends of the robe were touching the ground. Not only did it cover his entire feet, it even dragged on the ground. A section of the white robe was draped over his back like a cloud of smoke. He looked quite handsome and proper, but this meant that he was now much shorter than Mo Ran. Chu Wanning was a little hurt. He pulled a long face and said, "Let's go." It meant, "I'm leaving." Mo Ran didn't understand and thought that he was inviting him to go with him, so he nodded and took the initiative to get a wooden basin and a change of clothes for his Shizun and eagerly followed behind him. Chu Wanning. The two of them walked to the entrance of the bath and pulled open the curtain. The outside was not as cool as the hot springs nearby, and it was a little cooler. Chu Wanning couldn't help but shiver. Mo Ran saw this and asked, "Are you cold?" "Not cold." By now, how could Mo Ran not know that he was being stubborn? So he smiled and said, "I'm a little cold." As he said this, he raised his hand and twisted it in the air. A red glow leaped out of his palm, and a layer of cold-dispelling enchantment instantly enveloped the two of them. The enchantment was very beautiful. It flowed with brilliance, and there were fine flower marks at the top. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked, his expression unreadable. "Not bad, you've improved. Not as good as Shizun. It's about time. The cold-dispelling enchantment that I made may not be better than this." Chu Wanning looked at it attentively for a while, looking at the faint flower marks on the light array, and said, "The peach blossoms are very beautiful. They are Haitang." Chu Wanning's heart trembled slightly, and a ripple appeared in the depths of his eyes. Mo Ran said, "The flower has 5 petals." Chu Wanning sneered. Out of habit, he wanted to cover the wavering in his eyes, so he pretended to be calm, and even a little mocking. "Learning from me?" Unexpectedly, the man's gaze was pure and straightforward. He looked at him magnanimously and nodded. "I didn't learn well. I made a fool of myself in front of Shizun." Chu Wanning was a little speechless. The two of them walked side by side in silence. After walking for a while, Chu Wanning didn't want to stand beside him, so his pace quickened. Mo Ran followed behind and suddenly asked, "Shizun, I didn't make it back in time for the banquet. Are you angry?" "No." "Really? Why would I lie to you? Then why are you walking so fast?" Of course Chu Wanning couldn't say, "Because you're too tall." He was silent for a while, looked at the sky and said, "Because it seems like it's going to rain soon." In the end he jinxed it. Not long after he finished speaking, in the originally gloomy sky, droplets of water really fell, scattering into the beaded curtain. Mo Ran smiled. His smile was still as good-looking as it was 5 years ago. Because it had a little more sincerity, it looked particularly dazzling. Chu Wanning stared at him. "What are you giggling about?" "Nothing." Mo Ran's dimples were very deep, very sweet. The young man was very tall, but his eyelashes fluttered. When he looked back at him, he was very obedient, without the slightest bit of arrogance. He was even a little shy as he said, "It's just that I haven't seen Shizun in a long time. Now that I see you, I'm very happy." Chu Wanning looked at him, at the dimples on his cheeks. He originally thought that these 2 pools of sweetness would always belong to Sherming Jing, but later he found that this was not the case. It turned out that as long as he paid with his life, he could actually get a jar by luck. Chu Wanning scolded him. "Idiot." Mo Ran's eyelashes drooped down, long and slender. He really did laugh like a fool. Because of this, Mo Ran accidentally stepped on the hem of his clothes that he had been carefully avoiding. Chu Wanning lowered his head and looked at the ground, then looked at him. His expression was dignified, but he did not say anything. Mo Ran was very straightforward. "These clothes are a little too big for Shizun." He really had to touch a sore spot. Mo Ran sent Chu Wanning all the way back to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. Chu Wanning was actually a little unused to it. He was used to coming and going by himself. He rarely had the opportunity to share an umbrella with others, whether it was an oil paper umbrella or a barrier umbrella. So when he was halfway there, he stopped and said, "I'll do it myself. It's just a barrier." Mo Ran was stunned. "You're walking well, why? How can a master let a disciple hold an umbrella?" "But Shizun has done many things for me." Mo Ran was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "In these 5 years, I've been hoping to become better every day. Because Shizun knows everything and can do everything by himself. I just want to know a little more than Shizun. This way Shizun can use me and repay Shizun. After training for so long, I still feel like I can't repay Shizun's kindness in this lifetime. So..." He lowered his head, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists by his legs. The rain on the ground gradually gathered into a stream, and the water splashed again and again. "So in the future you should leave small matters like holding an umbrella to me." Chu Wanning did not say anything, and looked at him quietly. "I want to hold an umbrella for Shizun for the rest of my life." Chu Wanning felt his heart burn. It was clearly such a heartwarming sentence, but when he heard it, he suddenly felt like crying. After going through so much pain, he would not easily show weakness. He was like a traveler who had walked for a long time, and finally found a place to stay, a place to lie down and rest. He fell, and his bones felt like they were falling apart. In this lifetime, Emoran was 22 years old this year. Someone once said that after a person turned 20, the time they saw was different from before. Before 23 years, 5 years, they all seemed so long that they could call it a lifetime. But after 20 years, they would begin to feel that time was rushing by, that the dead would not return, and that everything was in a rush. He said that he wanted to stop in this rush and hold an umbrella for him. Chu Wanning had received too little warmth in her life. When such kindness suddenly filled her chest, she only felt that it was very painful. He looked at Emoran, at the man with his head lowered. He suddenly said, "Emoran, look at me." The man raised his face. Chu Wanning said, "Say that again." Emoran looked at him. To Chu Wanning, this face was still somewhat unfamiliar. It was different from those people in his memory, from those ridiculous drunken dreams of the past. He was gentle, steady, and resolute. He had the passion of fire and the strength of iron. His two eyes met Chu Wanning's gaze. There was no hesitation, no flicker in them. The last time Chu Wanning had looked at him 5 years ago, he was still a young man who had yet to shed his childishness. In the blink of an eye, he had become such a handsome and resolute man. This man knelt down on one knee in front of him, raised his head and said, "Shizun, I want to hold an umbrella for you for the rest of my life." Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze, looking at his pitch-black eyebrows, his handsome face, his bright eyes, his high nose. He had already grown into an extremely fine pine and cypress tree, standing at the same height as him, and then surpassing him. One day Chu Wanning, this tree that had stood tall in the wind and rain for far too long, suddenly woke up from a dream. He blinked and saw that the rain had stopped, the clouds had dispersed, and in the fresh and tender morning sun, there was a tree that was taller than him, even more resolute, standing erect next to him. When the wind blew, specks of golden light appeared, and tens of thousands of pines rustled. This tree said that it would accompany him for the rest of his life. Until they fell, until the sick tree withered, no more branches. In the future, every spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he would no longer be alone. Chu Wanning stared at him and suddenly understood. Emoran was no longer that blood-stained, inexperienced disciple that he had carried back from Colored Butterfly Town 5 years ago. He stood in the rain, standing under the barrier of fluttering begonia flowers. For the first time, he carefully examined Emoran without missing a single inch. He examined the life this man had promised him. Then Chu Wanning's heartbeat suddenly sped up. He suddenly realized that Emoran's current appearance was actually so captivating. From the arched nose to his lips, from the sharp lines of his chin to his Adam's apple. If it was said that he only loved Emoran deeply in the past, he could still hide it. But today when they met again, he felt that this man had become a fire that could easily ignite this pile of dry wood. The fire that could cover the sky and cover the sun could almost burn the sky. He felt that the lava that had always been sleeping in his heart was awakening, stretching its muscles and bones in the abyss, ready to erupt violently at any time. That lava was going to destroy the reserved, arrogant, and ascetic nature that he had always been proud of. Everything would be burned to ashes. Burned to ashes. Chapter 130. Chu Wanning's breathing was a bit heavy, his throat a bit dry. He was not willing to admit defeat like this, so he made things difficult for him. He suppressed the fire in his heart and still asked lightly, "Forever? Forever? I may walk very quickly and not care about you. It doesn't matter, I'll chase. I may also stand and not want to walk. I'll stand with Shizun." Chu Wanning was very anxious by his unthinking answer. He flicked his sleeve and said, "Then what if I can't walk? I'll carry you." Chu Wanning. Emoran was stunned for a moment. He felt that it was a bit disrespectful and abrupt, so he opened his eyes wide and waved his hand anxiously. "I'll carry you." Chu Wanning's heart beat faster and faster. He had to do all he could to suppress his desire to help this man up and touch him. This restlessness made him frown. He looked very anxious and a bit angry. Who wants you to carry me? Mo Ran opened his mouth but did not know what to say. His Shizun was so hard to please. He couldn't carry her on his back or hug her. He couldn't carry her, let alone drag her. He was very stupid. He didn't know how to make Chu Wanning happy. So he lowered his head in disappointment, like a dog abandoned. He whispered, "Then I won't walk. If you want to get wet, I'll accompany you." Chu Wanning was forced to do nothing by this tight entanglement. He was a person who was used to being independent, so he almost said without thinking, "I don't want you to accompany me." Mo Ran finally did not speak. From Chu Wanning's angle, he could only see his broad forehead, dark eyebrows, and 2 rows of long eyelashes. They hung down like a curtain of fog, slightly trembling, as if there was a wind blowing the curtain up and down. "Shizun." Chu Wanning anxiously refused, causing Mo Ran to misunderstand his intentions. Mo Ran said, "Are you still angry with me?" Chu Wanning was still immersed in the throbbing of his heart and couldn't get rid of it, so he didn't hear clearly. He only said, "What?" "When I was in the ghost realm, I told Master that I was sorry many times, but I knew that it wasn't enough. For the past 5 years I have spent every moment in guilt. I know that I owe you." Chu Wanning. "I also want to do better. At least when I stand in front of you I don't feel that I'm too dirty, and I don't feel that I can't hold my head up. But I can't catch up to you. Almost every day when I wake up, I'm worried that this isn't a dream. I'm worried that when I wake up you won't be here anymore. The words you said to me when you saved me in the Jincheng pool kept ringing in my ears. You said that the dream was too good to be real, so I was very sad." Mo Ran's voice was somewhat hoarse. He still had some things to say, but he didn't want to. He felt that he didn't have the face to continue talking about this in front of Chu Wanning. How could he be so heartless as to let Chu Wanning know about the various things that happened in the past 5 years? Sometimes when he was alone in the Snow Valley he couldn't tell the time apart, and he couldn't tell where he was. At that time he would take a needle and stab himself. It was very painful, but when the pain was enough, he knew that his divine sense was still awake and that he was still in this world. He knew that all this wasn't a dream he had in his previous life. When he woke up, he wouldn't see the peak of life and death where things were still the same but people had changed. He wouldn't see Xue Meng with eyes full of hatred. He wouldn't see the Confucian Wind sect razed to the ground. He wouldn't see Chu Wanning lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion. Just like when he was alive. Just like when he was alive. Just like when he was alive. What other 4 words could be more painful than this? Strangely enough, when he found out that Chu Wanning had died in order to save him, when he went down to the ghost realm to save him, although his heart was in pain, he had never felt such uncontrollable despair. But as the floating life faded away, as time gradually passed, as the day of Chu Wanning's awakening approached, Mo Ran felt more and more pain, more and more like his heart was being cut by a knife. It seemed that the time spent alone gave him more time to think. It also seemed that in the days when he wasn't with Chu Wanning, he was so hysterical, trying his best to imitate that person, hating that he couldn't tear himself to pieces and replace himself with Chu Wanning's reflection. In short, many things that he didn't pay attention to, didn't think deeply about, and gradually forgot all came back to his mind. Those past events were like a wet beach exposed after the tide had receded. He stood alone on the beach, the waves had died out. Everything was so clear. He remembered his previous life where the smoke of war was everywhere, and there was no way out. Xue Meng had come to the peak of life and death. In the Magus Mountain Palace, which had been completely destroyed, Xue Meng had questioned him word by word with tears in her eyes. Why did he treat his master like this? Xue Meng once forced him to turn back before he died. He said, "Mo Ran, think carefully, put down your ferocious hatred. Turn back and take a look. He once took you to practice martial arts and protected you thoroughly. He once taught you to read, write poems and paint. He once learned to cook for you clumsily, and his hands were full of injuries. He once waited for you to come back day and night alone from dark to dawn." At that time Mo Ran didn't listen and he refused to look. Now he walked to the shore of fate, and the tide was low. He lowered his head and looked at his feet, and saw a lost heart. That heart used to treat him so well, it was so sincere that it was about to die, and its blood was about to dry up. It was he who was headstrong and didn't see it, and he stepped on it. Just like that, he stepped on Chu Wanning's heart. Every time Emo Ran thought of this, he felt cold all over, and his flesh was mangled. What did he do? What did he do? 2 lifetimes, 16 years. When did he ever repay Chu Wanning? When had there ever been a day when he put Chu Wanning first in his heart? Bastard! Was he a heart of wood and stone? Why didn't he feel pain? In these 5 years, how many times did he see Chu Wanning return in white in his dreams, and his face was the same as before? When he woke up, his pillow was wet. He said every day, Chu Wanning, master, I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's my fault. He said it every day, but it didn't reduce his guilt in the slightest. Later, when he saw the fragrance of spring, he would think of him. When he saw the falling snow in winter, he would also think of him. Later, every morning was golden, just like Chu Wanning's soul. Every night was black, just like Chu Wanning's eyes. Later, every wisp of moonlight was like his sleeves brushing the snow. Every rising sun was like the warmth in his eyes. Later, he saw Chu Wanning's figure in the red clouds at the edge of the sky, in the blue morning light, in the heroic sea of clouds. He was everywhere. Because of this pain and longing, his hatred for his lowly birth gradually faded away, and his fanatical infatuation with Shirmei faded away. One day he saw a snow-covered winter jasmine poking out of a crack in the wall outside the snowy valley. He looked at it calmly for a while and just thought as usual. He thought, this flower is so beautiful, if master saw it he would definitely like it. He just faintly thought, thinking of the simplest, most casual thing. When Chu Wanning died, it didn't drive him crazy, but the grief that crushed him suddenly roared and rushed to him. A dike of 1,000 li could be destroyed by an ant's nest, and he suddenly collapsed. He broke down and cried bitterly. The deep valley was vast, and the wild geese were frightened and cold. His voice was so hoarse and ugly, and he was ashamed to cry for that golden flower that grew proudly in the snow. 5 years. He had never forgiven himself. Master, I'm sorry. I did my best to rush back today, and I also brought a gift for you. I don't want to see you empty-handed when I see you. That forced calmness finally dissipated, that forced calmness finally collapsed. Emo Ran knelt in front of Chu Wanning. He finally lost his composure. Now, only in front of Chu Wanning would he lose his composure. I'm still very stupid. After you came back to life, the first thing I promised you, I couldn't do it. It's my fault. Seeing him like this, Chu Wanning couldn't bear to see him like this. He had always liked Emo Ran, and now that they were reunited after such a long time, how could he bear to let him suffer like this? But when he heard him say this, he hesitated and asked, why did you come late today? Originally, I could still make it. But at Colored Butterfly Town I encountered some demons. You were delayed in killing the demons? I'm sorry. Emo Ran lowered his head. Not only was it delayed, even the gift I prepared for Master was almost destroyed. I was also covered in dirty blood, so I hurriedly came to take a bath. But in the end, Chu Wanning's heart softened. Grandmaster Emo. This Emo Ran was indeed different from 5 years ago. 5 years ago he was still selfish, but now he knew what was important and what was not. Chu Wanning was not a person who only thought about romance. If Emo Ran saw the Colored Butterfly Town and didn't care about the demons, he would be angry. But now this man who was obediently kneeling in front of him, clumsily asking for forgiveness, he felt that this man was so stupid that it was somewhat cute. Chu Wanning slowly stepped forward, a warm feeling surging in her heart. She reached out her hand and was about to help Emo Ran up when she suddenly heard Emo Ran say in a muffled voice, Shizun, please don't expel me from the sect. This time it was Chu Wanning's turn to be stunned. He didn't know that Emo Ran was so guilty and uneasy, so he didn't expect Emo Ran to say this. He hesitated. Why? Even if it's raining, I accompany you, chase you, guard you, carry you, hug you. You don't want it, you're not satisfied. I beg you, don't expel me. Emo Ran finally raised his face. Chu Wanning's heart trembled. He saw that this man's eyes were slightly red, and there was a mist in them. Chu Wanning was always decisive, but at this time he suddenly didn't know what to do. He was at a loss. You're 22 this year, why are you still? Pausing, he sighed and said, get up first. Emo Ran suddenly raised his arm, fiercely rubbed his eyes, and stubbornly said, if Master doesn't want me, I won't get up. He was still a hooligan. Chu Wanning had a headache. He pursed his lips, grabbed his wrist and pulled him up. Under the touch of his fingertips, he only felt that the muscles were strong, and the flesh was hot. This young and strong body was no longer the same as when he was a teenager. When Chu Wanning touched him, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his chest. He was stunned and suddenly let go of his hand. Fortunately, Mo Ran was still upset, and didn't notice Chu Wanning's abnormality. But Chu Wanning stared at his hand in disbelief for a while, and his heart was in a perilous situation. What happened to me? Could it be that after 5 years of deep sleep, I've thrown my pure heart and few desires to the back of my mind? When he raised his eyes again, he looked at Mo Ran in astonishment. Or was it that this person in front of him had changed so much that he couldn't control himself anymore? Mo Ran bit his lip for a while, as if he was determined to stay stubborn, the kind that couldn't be driven away. Please don't drive me away, master. As he said this, he wanted to kneel again. How could Chu Wanning dare to help him up again? He hurriedly stopped him. If you kneel again, I really don't want you anymore. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He blinked his eyes and suddenly understood. His eyes suddenly lit up. Master, you don't blame me. You don't get angry at me because I didn't keep my promise today? Chu Wanning said angrily. When have I ever been so narrow-minded? Mo Ran was excited and couldn't help but want to hug him. This scared Chu Wanning. He took a step back, and his sword-like eyebrows were raised in anger. What are you doing? Where are your manners? Mo Ran suddenly realized that he had lost his manners, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I forgot my manners. Chu Wanning's ears were red, and he said coldly, You're already in your 20s, but you're still so unruly. Mo Ran's ears were also red, and he muttered, It's my fault. It's my fault seemed to have become his catchphrase. When Chu Wanning heard this, he was a little angry, a little amused, a little sympathetic, and a little warm. He raised the curtain of his eyelashes, and his gaze rested on the corners of his eyes, and then he faintly glanced at Mo Ran again. This time he saw a handsome, tall, and straight man. His weak-colored face was slightly red, and he didn't know if it was because the steam from the hot spring had not dissipated, or if it was for some other reason. The moisture in the surroundings seemed to have been evaporated by his sunlight, and it made his eyes even darker and brighter, shining brightly. Dong! Chu Wanning felt his heart tremble, and his fingertips seemed to have the same burning temperature when he touched Mo Ran just now. He suddenly swallowed dryly, and didn't dare to look at Mo Ran again. He cursed, idiot. Then he suddenly turned and left. The barrier above his head didn't change, and Mo Ran really did as he promised and chased after him. Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids and didn't dare to look back. He knew that his eyes were filled with love and desire that couldn't be hidden anymore, and it was as hot as the fire on his fingertips, and couldn't be contained. He had finally destroyed him. 5 years ago, Mo Ran couldn't do it, but 5 years later this man had done it. He had won his heart, and sunk him into the sea of desire. From now on, Chu Wanning was no more than a mortal, a body of flesh and blood, captivated by lust, living in a net, unable to escape. Chapter 131. That night, Chu Wanning was lying on his bed in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He was thinking about how Mo Ran grew up to become what he was today. Grandmaster Mo Weiyu. When he closed his eyes, all he could see was that man's face full of heroic spirit, his eyes burning with determination and gentleness. Chu Wanning cursed and kicked the quilt heavily. The quilt slid off the edge of the bed. He lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. He looked up at the beam of the room with torment in his eyes. He tried his best to break free from the sea of desire and cut off the threads of love until he was completely exhausted. Mo Weiyu, you bastard, he muttered. He turned his head, but he couldn't get rid of his thoughts. The fiery and firm body he saw in the wonderful sound pool seemed to still be swaying in front of him. He saw the broad shoulders and the sharp lines of the back. When he turned around, the hot spring water slowly flowed down the mermaid line. He suddenly sat up from the bed, his face ashen. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He casually grabbed a book, as if he was grabbing at a life-saving straw. Poor Chu Wanning, who had been brilliant all his life, was now reduced to relying on books to get rid of his inner demons. He didn't know which book Xue Meng had bought. When he opened it, he saw a dense row of small characters. At first, Chu Wanning couldn't read it, but after a while, he suddenly realized what he was reading. On the thin piece of paper, there was a line of words written in an extremely neat manner, ranking of the young heroes of the cultivation world. He knew every word. But when they were piled together, Chu Wanning couldn't understand. Young heroes. Ranking. What size? Body size? Looking down, there was a sentence next to the slightly smaller handwriting. Because this ranking involves heroes, there are those who don't bathe outside and don't get close to women, so the list is incomplete. The scholarly wind sex heroes lack Nangong Si and Su Shuanglin's size. The lonely moon knight lacks Jiang Shi's size. The peak of life and death lacks Xue Meng Xie Fengyan Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning was stunned. What did it mean? Did they need to bathe outside and go to women to see their size? He even saw his own name on the list. He frowned and continued to read while tapping on the genealogy with his fingertips. Unfortunately, the first name made him choke. Mo Weiyu. Identity. Peak of life and death's young master Mo Chu Wanning recalled Mo Rant's figure. This kid was indeed tall and imposing, but he couldn't possibly be ranked first, could he? Looking further down, it said, "What I saw when I was bathing in Diyu Hall is definitely not a vulgar thing. It is truly admirable." Chu Wanning vaguely felt that something was amiss, but she was used to having pure thoughts. Therefore, even after pondering for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what was wrong. She could only continue reading. What nonsense is this? Chu Wanning was a little disgusted. Although shoes and hairpins can increase and decrease one's size, it shouldn't be too big. Why do you have to wait until someone is bathing to peek? Why are such miscellaneous books popular nowadays? He saw the third name. Mei Hanxue. Identity. Senior brother of Kunlun's Treading Snow Palace. This time the small words next to it were different. It didn't say things like bathing, but Chunning brothel servant's husband, with the help of women from the cultivation world. Young Master Mei. This thing can make a woman's body soft into water and bones into mud. It's not a problem to sleep with 10 people at night. Chu Wanning was speechless. After a few moments of silence, Elder Yu Heng's head buzzed and exploded. He threw the booklet from one side of the bedroom to the other like a hot potato. His face was as red as fire and his eyes flashed. He was so angry that he was stunned. What did he see? What size? No matter how slow-witted he was, he finally realized what was going on. What size could it be? Shameless. Shameless. Filthy. Shameless. After sitting on the bed for a long time, Chu Wanning still felt unsatisfied. He got off the bed and picked up the booklet. His fingers exerted force, and the paper was immediately shattered into pieces. However, the words, "absolutely not vulgar, admirable," were like red-hot iron, burning the bottom of his heart. His face and ears were red, and his heart was like thunder. He was an extremely upright person. When he was at the wonderful sound pool, he deliberately shifted his gaze upwards and didn't look where he shouldn't be looking. Coupled with the fact that the pool was filled with steam, his body was enshrouded in mist. Even if he looked, he wouldn't be able to see clearly. However, at this moment, this dirty book presented this scene right in front of his eyes. And words were often more vivid than pictures, making it easier to imagine. Absolutely not vulgar. Chu Wanning fiercely wiped his face. After a long time, he grabbed the quilt and covered his head. What exactly did I encounter on the first day I came out of seclusion? Chu Wanning thought bitterly. The world has changed, and I wish for nothing more than to lie down and die again. However, Elder Yu Heng had always been strict with himself. Even if he didn't have a good night's sleep, no matter how shocked he was in his heart, he still woke up on time the next day, washed up and dressed neatly. He still had a dignified and ascetic face as he floated down the South Peak. Today was the monthly academy inspection. The good and evil stage sparkled with light. Thousands of disciples were practicing martial arts there, and the elders were inspecting on the high stage. Although he hadn't been here for 5 years, Chu Wanning's position hadn't changed. It was still set to the left of Xue Zhengyong. He wore white clothes that dragged on the ground, and his expression was gloomy. He walked up the limestone steps, and then with a flick of his sleeve, he directly sat on the empty seat and poured himself a pot of tea. He drank as he watched. Seeing his bad expression, Shuizhengyong thought that Chu Wanning was angry because Mo Ran didn't come to the banquet yesterday, so he leaned over and whispered with some flattery, "Chu Wanning Ranner is back?" Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning's eyebrows twitched, and his expression became worse. "Yes, I've seen him." "Ah, you've seen him?" Shuizhengyong was startled and then nodded. "That's good. How was it? Did it become a little too much?" "Yes." Chu Wanning didn't really want to continue talking to Shuizhengyong about Mo Ran. After all, since yesterday, he had been repeatedly muttering the curse of "absolutely not vulgar and admirable" in his mind. He also didn't plan to look for Mo Ran in the vast sea of people below. He only lowered his head and looked at the table. So many fresh fruits and snacks. Shuizhengyong smiled. "It's not too early, right? Eat more if you like." Chu Wanning didn't hold back. He took a piece of lotus pastry and ate it with the hot tea. The color of the lotus pastry gradually became orderly. From the bottom of the petals to the tip, it was crimson like cardamom. The layers of the pastry were distinct, and when it entered his mouth, the bean paste inside was sweet and sweet. "The craftsmanship of Lin An's Cool Breeze Pavilion," Chu Wanning muttered. He turned to ask Shuizhengyong, "Was it made by the chef at Meng Palabi?" "No, Rand specially brought it back to show filial piety to you." Shuizhengyong smiled. "Look, there's nothing on the tables of the other elders." When he said this, Chu Wanning realized that only the wooden table in front of him was filled with all kinds of fruits and snacks. There were pastries and candied fruits, and there was even a small jasper-colored celadon bowl. The small lid was open, and there were exactly 3 sweet glutinous rice balls inside. The glutinous rice balls weren't made with ordinary white glutinous rice. Instead, they were made with lotus roots produced in linen. In the dough, there was one crystal-clear grain that had a jade-like color. "Oh, Ranner went to Ming Palabi this morning to borrow the kitchen to make these. The red one is filled with red bean paste, the yellow one is filled with peanuts and sesame seeds, and the green one is said to be made from the fine powder of Longjing tea. They're all quite fresh, but there's not enough of them." Shuizhengyong muttered. He was busy the whole morning and was very meticulous. He only made 3 of them. "Chu Wanning. Yuheng, do you have enough?" "Yes." Chu Wanning was silent for a while before nodding. When he ate glutinous rice balls, he only ate 3 of them. The first one was sweet, the second one was sweet, and the third one was full. If he ate the 4th one, he would get sick of it. Mo Ran just happened to cook 3 pills. Coincidentally, it was exactly what he wanted, no more and no less. He scooped up the round and cute lotus root starch glutinous rice balls with a white porcelain spoon and brought them to his mouth. He felt that the size was just right for him to eat in one bite. It wasn't like the glutinous rice balls made by the Meng Palabi chefs during the Lantern Festival. The person who made the glutinous rice balls seemed to know very well how big his mouth could hold and how big his mouth should be to not feel uncomfortable. The soft filling seemed to be wrapped in endless intimacy. For some reason, this thought made Chu Wanning's heart stir. Then, he died of shame and covered it up with calmness. His culinary skills are not bad. It's a pity that he only made it for you. Others can't eat it, not even me, your uncle. Shuizhengyong sighed regretfully. Chu Wanning listened and lightly pursed his lips. He didn't say anything and only used the spoon to stir the hot water in the bowl. He had finished eating the glutinous rice balls. The sweetness was just right, and it slowly melted in his heart. After eating the snacks, Chu Wanning didn't care about the bustling practice below. He took a file from his desk and went to look at the corrections and changes in the past 5 years at the pinnacle of life and death. These things were organized by Shuizhengyong. It was concise and comprehensive. Chu Wanning finished reading the file quickly. He raised his hand to cover the file, but saw that there was a book under it. "This is..." He took it out. It was a very thick thread-bound book. Shuizhengyong glanced at it and smiled. "It's also a gift from Ran Air. Yesterday, he said that he fought with evil spirits on the way back. The book was accidentally stained with blood and many pages were torn. He was embarrassed to give it to you personally, so he asked me to put it on your desk this morning." Chu Wanning nodded and opened the book. His slender hand stroked the head of the scroll. There were 4 words written in neat regular script. "A letter to my teacher." His eyes widened slightly, and he was a little surprised. Was this a letter for him? His heart suddenly felt as if it was burned by charcoal. It was hot and painful. He looked up and wanted to look for Mo Ran in the vast sea of people below. However, all he saw was shining armor like a fish in a pond. He couldn't find him, so he continued to look at the letter. It turned out that every day after Chu Wanning went into seclusion, Mo Ran would miss his teacher. He had a lot of words in his heart, but he was afraid that he would forget them as time passed. Therefore, he found someone to make a sturdy book. It was a thick book with 1,825 pages of paper. He calculated that he would write a letter to his teacher every day for 5 years. He wrote everything, no matter how big or small, from eating a particularly disgusting yi, or rake to what he learned from today's cultivation. He originally calculated that 1,825 pages of paper would be enough. After he finished writing, his teacher would come out of seclusion. However, sometimes he couldn't stop. The words were squeezed into a small ball and rushed eagerly on the paper. He wished that he could let Chu Wanning see the buckthorn flowers of the North Desert and the haze of Changbai Mountain. He wished that he could hide the desserts he tasted today in the paper and wait for Chu Wanning to wake up to enjoy them together. Those lines of small words didn't stop from beginning to end. There were no sentimental words, nor were there any sad words. He just honestly recorded every brilliant moment in the past 5 years. He only shared the good things with him. Therefore, the 1 page per day that he calculated was naturally not enough in the end. He added a thick stack of letters at the back of the book. Chu Wanning slowly flipped through the pages. His eyes were a little wet. He looked at Mo Ran's handwriting from childish to upright, from upright to handsome. The newest ink stains seemed to have not dried yet, but the earliest handwriting was gradually turning green and yellow. The 4 words, "Write with my teacher," were written in every letter, and every letter was different. Slowly time went from light hooves and fast horses to white hair. In the end, the feathers were painted in black and the iron could cut through gold. It was really restrained and elegant, horizontal and vertical curved lines. Chu Wanning turned to the last page. His fingers rubbed the 4 words at the top of the scroll. "Write with my teacher, write with my teacher." He looked at the dignified pen and ink. It was as if he saw the tip of Mo Ran's pen just hanging, the weasel hair put down. The man raised his head, no longer a teenager. From the first letter to the last, it was as if he saw Mo Ran grow from 16 to 22 years old. His figure gradually grew taller, and his eyes gradually deepened. But every day he would sit in front of the desk and write a letter to him. "Teacher." Unknowingly, the martial arts practice ended. Chu Wanning heard someone calling him. He suddenly raised his head and saw Xue Meng at the front of the good and evil stage, waving at him excitedly. Beside Xue Meng there was a man with wide shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a straight body. He was standing there quietly. The man's face was emitting heat after performing his martial arts. There was sweat on his forehead, and under the sunlight, there was a sparkling luster, like the bright fur of a cheetah. Mo Ran saw that Chu Wanning was looking at him. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. In the golden morning light, his smile was so charming and brilliant. It was like the swaying pine trees soaked in the rising sun. There was passion in his eyes, gentleness on his eyelashes, and his strong and straight face seemed to be a little shy. It was lively and passionate, dazzling people. What a handsome man. Chu Wanning calmly crossed her arms and sat on the high platform, looking down at him arrogantly. Bystanders could only see that his expression was still cold, but no one knew that his heart was already in chaos and had thrown away his helmet and armor. In the crowd, Mo Ran smiled. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at his clothes, then pointed at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning did not react. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Mo Ran smiled even more brightly. He put his hands to his lips and quietly mouthed a few words. "Chu Wanning?" ? The leaves rustled in the morning wind. Mo Ran seemed to be a little helpless. He smiled, shook his head and pointed at his clothes. Chu Wanning lowered his head. After a moment, his ears suddenly turned red. Under the guidance of his disciple, the awe-inspiring elder Yu Heng finally realized that he had woken up in a hurry in the morning. His clothes were in a mess in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He casually put on the clothes that he had taken from Mo Ran yesterday. No wonder when he was walking today, He felt like something was dragging on the ground. It was the hem of his clothes. Mo Weiyu, you can do it. In a fit of anger, Chu Wanning turned her face away. You don't have the foresight to mention that bastard who doesn't know what to do. Chapter 132. In the evening, the tired birds returned to their nests. The disciples of the Life and Death Summit finished their day's work and rushed to the Mingpo lobby. Mo Ran didn't leave. He stood beside the wooden dummy as if he was waiting for someone. Shueming's relationship with him had improved a lot over the years, especially after Mo Ran found a top-grade spirit stone to inlay in his Longcheng saber. The hostility between the brothers was no longer so obvious. Shueming turned to him and asked, "Are you going to eat?" "I'll wait for a while." Shimei stood under the afterglow of the setting sun. His skin was like jade, and his beauty was unparalleled. He stroked his hair and asked, "Mo Ran is waiting for Shizun?" Yes. Mo Ran had seen him during the morning cultivation, when he and Shueming worked together to repair the fissure in the sky. He had also seen Shimei's figure surpass Shueming's. But at this time the sun was setting. He and Shueming were standing one behind the other. Mo Ran felt a little awkward. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't think Shimei was good-looking, but Mo Ran didn't know how to describe it. It was probably because he was used to seeing Shimei's weak figure always being covered by Shueming. He didn't expect it to be reversed now. Mo Ran finally smiled at Shimei and said, "I missed the banquet yesterday. I want to apologize to Shizun and invite him to eat at the foot of the mountain. So I won't be going to the Mingpo lobby today. If you guys want to go, you can come with me." Shueming and Shimei weren't used to eating with Chu Wanning, so they looked at each other and left. Mo Ran had nothing to do, so he squatted on a large blue stone and played with a piece of green foxtail while waiting for Chu Wanning to come down the mountain. When the setting sun was extremely red and the crescent moon peeked out from the purple-red clouds, a person slowly walked out from the South Peak bamboo path. That person had changed into a refreshing white robe and was carrying a package in his hand. When he saw Mo Ran, he was stunned for a moment and his expression became uneasy. "I was just about to look for you. Why are you here?" "Waiting for Master to eat." As Mo Ran spoke, he jumped down from the stone, still holding the green foxtail grass in his hand, and smiled brilliantly. "There's a new restaurant in Wuchang town. I heard that they hired a famous chef from the upper cultivation world in the past, and the pastries they make are the best. I want to invite Master to have a taste." Chu Wanning sized him up from head to toe. "You've grown up. You're rich now?" Mo Ran just smiled, but he didn't say anything. Chu Wanning snorted and threw the cloth package to him. Mo Ran caught it and asked, "What's this?" "Your clothes," Chu Wanning said, but he was already walking forward. Mo Ran quickly caught up with him and stood side by side with him. He said with a smile, "The material of this clothes is good. It's light but warm. If Master likes it, I can ask someone to make it smaller." "It's okay. I don't wear clothes that other people have worn before." Mo Ran was slightly startled, and then he was a little embarrassed. "That's not what I meant. I saw Master wearing it this morning and thought Master liked it. I didn't think it through. I asked someone to go to that shop and ask someone to make a new one." Chu Wanning asked, "Do you know what size I wear?" Mo Ran thought, how could he not know Chu Wanning's size? He could estimate Chu Wanning's waist with his arms around. He knew that if Chu Wanning stood on tiptoe, his chin would reach his shoulder. In the past, when they were tangled together, Chu Wanning sometimes couldn't help but bite him. The 2 rows of sharp teeth marks near his collarbone wouldn't disappear even after several days. He also knew how long Chu Wanning's legs were. They were obviously strong during combat, but when they were wrapped around his waist they were so helpless. His thin and slender calves would tremble slightly, and the tips of his toes would tighten. How could he not know how wide Chu Wanning's shoulders were? How could he not know how full and smooth the curve of his buttocks were? Chu Wanning was a virgin and didn't know what he was asking. He thought this question was very clever and stumped his good disciple Mo Weiyu. Chu Wanning flicked his sleeve and said, "I don't know what kind of clothes you're making." Mo Ran didn't know how to defend himself. He couldn't say that he knew. Even when he was kneading the glutinous rice balls, he couldn't help but think of Chu Wanning's figure yesterday. His well-proportioned and powerful figure in the midst of the Miaoyin pool was as tight and beautiful as he remembered. Thereupon his mind wandered. He recalled that Chu Waning's lips were light in color and very thin. When she was forced to swallow him, it was always very painful and she couldn't open her mouth. His throat tightened and he felt like retching. Mo Ran closed his eyes and his Adam's apple moved, but he secretly scolded himself for being a bastard. Respect him, love him, don't have any wild thoughts. Respect him, taking 2 deep breaths, he managed to suppress his burning desire, but the glutinous rice balls he needed felt a little too big. If Shizun ate them, they would stick to his mouth, so he remade them. This time all 3 were small and exquisite. Mo Ran pinched them between his fingers and thought for a while. After thinking for a while, Chu Waning's thin lips opened slightly and wrapped the sweet glutinous rice balls in his mouth with his warm and soft mouth. The tip of his tongue rolled over like a cluster of warm fire, igniting Mo Ran's 7 emotions and 6 desires, taking Mo Ran's life. He even knew the size of the dessert that his mouth could hold like the back of his hand, but that guy Chu Waning actually asked him if he knew the size of his clothes. This question was like the soft tip of a cat's tongue licking his chest. Mo Ran didn't dare to think too much. He lowered his head and said, "Before making clothes, I naturally have to ask teacher." Chu Waning felt a little strange and looked at him. "Do you have a cold?" "No." "Then why is your throat hoarse?" "Oh, excessive heat." Chu Waning froze for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his face. He tightly pursed his lips, a haze between his eyebrows, but the back of his ears was a little red. This faint red color didn't fade until the 2 of them arrived at Wuchang town and sat in a private room facing the window of the newly opened Zhongqiu Lu. This was the first time that Mo Ran seriously invited Chu Waning to eat. Although he had invited him before, it was either out of courtesy or out of helplessness. His state of mind was indeed very different. The waiter of Zhongqiu Lu first brewed a pot of Mount Lu Yunwu and served them sunflower seeds and nuts. Then he respectfully handed 2 bamboo slips with the names of the dishes written on them to the 2 immortal masters at the peak of life and death. Mo Ran took the bamboo slips and smiled naturally at the waiter, saying many thanks. Chu Waning slightly raised his eyes and glanced at Mo Ran. This person didn't have the habit of saying thanks before. "Whatever Shizun wants to eat, feel free to order. But I recommend this restaurant's pine nut mandarin fish. I heard it's sweet and sour, and it's also very beautiful." Chu Waning nodded. "Then I'll have one. You can do as you see fit with the rest." Mo Ran smiled. "Then I'll order according to Shizun's taste." Chu Waning faintly said, "You know what I like to eat?" "Oh, yes, I know." Although he knew before, he would always forget. He wouldn't in the future. Just as he was looking at the bamboo slips, he suddenly heard footsteps from the stairs. The beaded curtains made a tinkling sound. The waiter's voice sounded, "Ah, immortal master, please come this way. The 2 people you're looking for are sitting in the private room." Yes, the wine hasn't been served yet." A smooth white hand gently pulled open the green muslin curtain, revealing the beaded agate curtain. An extremely handsome man with soft pitch-black hair, red lips, and white teeth appeared at the door with a pot of wine in his hand. His eyes carried a smile that was as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. Mo Ran turned his head, clearly stunned. "Shermay? Why are you here?" "I met the Lord at the Mengpa lobby. He heard that you came down the mountain to eat here. He thought that this shop was newly opened and that the dishes were good, but there was no aged wine, so he asked me to bring you a pot of pear blossom white." As Shermay spoke, he shook the red clay pot in his hand. The pot was wrapped with bamboo vines, and it was sturdy and cute. The wine inside it sizzled, and it was as if one could smell the wine through the clay seal. Shermay smiled. "Fortunately, I made it in time. Otherwise, if you ordered the wine, it would seem unnecessary for me to come." Chu Waning asked, "How about you? Have you eaten?" "I'll eat when I get back. The Mengpa lobby won't close so soon. There's still time. Since you're already here, why are you leaving?" Chu Waning was a polite person. He said, "Let's sit together." I'm afraid that Mo Ran will spend a lot of money." Mo Ran smiled. "Why would he spend a lot of money? It's just a matter of adding a chair." As he spoke, he asked the waiter to bring him another set of cutlery. This Zhongqiu restaurant was really extravagant. The cutlery used in the private room was inlaid with fine gold and silver threads. When the candlelight shone on it, the cutlery shone brilliantly. Shurimo sat down and filled each of the three people's cups with wine. The strong aroma of pear blossom white instantly filled the entire table. This wine smell was very familiar. In his previous life after Shurmei died, Mo Ran drank it. When Chu Wanning died, Mo Ran drank it on the roof the entire night. Now that the disaster was over, both of them were still alive. Mo Ran suddenly felt that the possessiveness and love of the past did not seem so important anymore. These two people who had treated him the best in his life were still alive. With the money he earned, he could still treat them to a meal and drink. That was enough. 2 or 3 cups were worth more than 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers in his previous life. Waiter, I'll have to trouble you. I'll have a serving of mandarin fish with pine nuts, lion's head with crab powder, crystal chow trotters, cherry ham, san xian soup, and bamboo leaf powder with steamed pork. These are all spicy dishes. Then I'll have a serving of Sichuan boiled fish, mapo tofu, chili pepper lung slice, and kung pao chicken. These must be spicy dishes. For the savory snacks, I'll have jade prawn dumplings, steamed pork ribs with taro and soy sauce, scalloped pork belly, and chicken feet with soy sauce. For the sweet snacks, Mo Ran glanced at Chu Wanning, then closed the bamboo scroll. I won't look at them in detail. Give me one of each. Chu Wanning did not even look up. I can't finish them. Mo Ran said, bring them back. They'll be cold if we bring them back. Oh, let the Meng Palabi warm them up. Chu Wanning felt that Mo Ran was acting like a businessman who had mined a mine and become rich overnight. He was so extravagant that he could not be bothered to talk to him anymore. He opened the bamboo scroll in front of him, looked at it and said, I'll have a serving of kidney bean rolls, a serving of year rake and 3 bowls of sweet bean paste. Thank you. The dishes were quickly served. Shurmei loved spicy food, and Chu Wanning did not eat red. So Mo Ran ordered them separately. Half of the table was tender and refreshing, while the other half was bright red. With such a combination of colors, it was unexpectedly very beautiful. Here comes the last dish. This is our restaurant's signature dish, mandarin fish with pine nuts. Following the waiter's shout, a plate of brightly colored and fragrant mandarin fish was served by 2 waiters. The fish looked like it weighed at least 5 catties. It was fried until it was golden yellow and crispy. It was served on a large sky blue porcelain plate. The fish's body was sliced into even pieces. The bright red sweet and sour sauce was poured on top of the fish. Green peas were sprinkled on top of the fish, fine shredded cloud legs, and glittering and translucent shrimps were sprinkled on top of the fish. Just looking at it would make one's eyes light up and whet their appetite. Chu Wanning loved sweet things, especially sour and sweet. When he saw the fish, although his expression did not change, his eyes could not help but light up. This light was noticed by Mo Ran. The waiter looked at their table and saw that there was still space in front of Shurmei, so he went to arrange the dishes to make space. But a pair of hands was faster than him, and had already begun to adjust the table. Mo Ran stood up and placed the few meat dishes that Chu Wanning did not touch in front of him. Then he placed a few spicy dishes in front of Shurmei. This way, the space in front of Chu Wanning was empty. Mo Ran smiled and said to the waiter, put the fish here. Oh, okay. The waiter was naturally happy to meet a customer who knew how to help him change the table. He immediately beamed with joy as he took the dishes from the 2 waiters and placed them in the empty space. Then, he nodded and bowed as he left. Mo Ran did this adjustment very naturally. Other people who saw it would only think that he was helping the waiter, but Shurmei felt that he was favoring the waiter. He was a little surprised by Mo Ran's action. Light and shadow flashed in his eyes. After a long time, he lowered his eyes and seemed to be a little disappointed. Shurmei felt that after Mo Ran returned 5 years later, not only did his entire appearance change, even his kindness seemed to have faded a lot. He also liked to eat the pine nut mandarin fish, so why was it placed so far away from him? Did he not know? Or had his heart changed and was no longer the same as before? Shurmei was not a person who would belittle himself. His appearance and temperament were above Chu Wanning's. Even in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who looked better than him. But at this time he suddenly hesitated. He knew that when Mo Ran was young, He looked like a playboy who loved beautiful women to the bone. But that was just a facade. To Emo Ran, the most precious thing was friendship. If someone gave him a tael, he would return 1,000 taels of gold. Now that the enmity between him and Shizun had been resolved, the kindness that Chu Wanning treated Emo Ran was not something that he could compare to. Thinking of this, Shimei suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the two people's faces under the light. One was drinking with his head down. His phoenix eyes were like water. His eyelashes were like smoke. His expression and complexion were very indifferent. And the other was smiling and holding his chin while looking at the person drinking. His eyes reflected the bright light of the lantern. In the lantern light, there was the spring snow on the terrace, the reflection of the moon and pear blossoms. When his eyelashes moved, it was like a ripple in a lake, spreading out 10,000 stars. The affection in those eyes was something that even the owner of those eyes did not realize. Shimei was absent-minded for a moment. His elbow bumped into the chopsticks. With a pata sound, the chopsticks fell to the ground. He came back to his senses and hurriedly apologized, bending down to pick them up. As he bent down, he was stunned. Those chopsticks fell right next to Emo Ran's boots. The glossy luster lay there quietly, waiting for him to pick them up. He could have asked Xiao Er to pick up the other pair. But Shimei never liked to trouble others. Or perhaps when faced with this kind of disparity, even a person with a gentle temperament would feel a little unreconciled and a little lost. Or perhaps it was not that complicated. Sometimes a person's actions really only required a single thought. For Shimei, at this moment and by chance, he really wanted to know how much friendship Emo Ran had left for him. So, after some hesitation, he still lowered his head and stretched out his slender white hand to pick up the pair of chopsticks that were leaning against Emo Ran's leg. The chopsticks fell too close. When he picked them up, the back of Shimei's hand inevitably touched Emo Ran's leg. Chapter 133. At that time, Emo Ran was drinking Pear Blossom White when he suddenly felt something touching his leg. He subconsciously wanted to move away, but before he could move, the feeling of touching became more obvious. It was as if something had brushed past him. He was slightly startled and did not understand what had happened. When Shimei sat up straight again, Emo Ran looked at that peerlessly handsome face that was dyed red. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyebrows, as if he had something on his mind. Only then did Emo Ran realize. Just now that was... Cough, cough, cough. Emo Ran immediately choked. In his heart, Shimei had always been like the white snow in spring, willow branches, and the new moon. He could only look at him from afar and not touch him. Although he loved Shimei so much that he hated that he could not die for him, he rarely had any romantic thoughts related to him, let alone putting them into action. But such a pure and flawless person, could it be that just now he was touching him? This thought really shocked Emo Ran. Because it was too frightening, he shook his head like a rattle drum. Chu Wanning saw this and frowned. What's wrong with you? Nothing. And he was touching him in front of Shizun. Oh, how was this possible? This did not seem like something Shimei would do. Emo Ran's expression became more complicated. Rather than saying that he was pleasantly surprised, it was better to say that he was frightened. He calmed down for a long time before he heard Shimei's gentle voice. The chopsticks are dirty. Waiter, please go and change them. The waiter came and left as soon as he was called. Emo Ran sympathetically turned his head and saw Shimei's indifferent face. That person's eyes were still calm and his expression was gentle. It was as if the blush and shyness that Emo Ran saw just now was just an illusion. Feeling that someone was looking at him, Shimei raised his peach blossom eyes a few inches and with a faint smile, his gaze fell on Emo Ran. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Shimei said. The chopsticks fell in the wrong place right next to your feet? Oh. Emo Ran heaved a sigh of relief as his heart calmed down. Sure enough, he was thinking too much. He was just about to say a few words to Shimei to ease the atmosphere when he saw that Shimei had already turned his face away, and was about to get a spoon to ladle some soup. Emo Ran felt guilty about his earlier thoughts and said, "Let me help you scoop it." "No need, I can do it myself." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and calmly scooped a bowl of san xian soup for himself. The soup was placed by Emo Ran. He placed it near Chu Wanning and far away from Mei. Originally, he didn't feel anything when he was sitting, but now that he stood up to scoop the soup, the distance between them was particularly obvious. He almost had to stretch his arm to reach the soup from the other end of the table. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls slowly. Mo ran. Mei met his uneasy gaze and didn't say anything. He just smiled slightly and continued to scoop soup for himself. Mo ran felt a bit awkward. When Mei was done, he asked Chu Wanning if he wanted some. Chu Wanning said no, so he moved the soup to the middle of the table. It wasn't too close to anyone, but it wasn't too far away either. It was just right. His teacher and the person he loved the most. It shouldn't be biased. During the meal, Mei suddenly said, Mo ran, you've really become a lot more mature. You're no longer the disciple who always made Shizun angry. So there's something that I want to tell you. Since all 3 of us are here today, I want to apologize to Shizun as well. Mo ran saw that he was serious and couldn't help but ask, what is it? Do you remember the first time I made wontons and sent them to you? Mei said, that bowl of wontons wasn't made by me. I've never made wontons. That was... Mo ran laughed, I thought it was something else. So it was this. I've known for a long time. Ah, you've known for a long time? Mei was slightly stunned. He opened his beautiful eyes wide and turned to look at Chu Wanning, who was drinking his wine. Did Shizun tell you? No, I saw it before I went to the world of spirits and souls. Mo ran was about to go into detail when Chu Wanning suddenly put down his wine cup. He coughed lightly and glanced at him. His expression was solemn and cold. Mo ran knew that he was thin-skinned and naturally didn't want others to know his soft spot. So he said to Mei anyway, I already understood the cause and effect 5 years ago. It's too long to explain, so I won't say it. Mei nodded, that's fine too. He then said to Chu Wanning, Shizun, at that time you weren't willing to give the wontons to Mo ran and let me do it for him. First, I didn't think it was a big deal. But then I saw that the misunderstanding between the 2 of you was getting deeper, and I felt very apologetic. I wanted to find a time to explain it to Mo ran myself, but when the words came to my mouth, I couldn't. Actually, I was a little selfish at that time. When I was at the peak of life and death, other than young master, Mo ran was my only close friend. I was afraid that he would be unhappy if he knew, so... It's fine. I didn't want you to say it in the first place. You didn't do anything wrong. But I felt apologetic and felt that I stole Shizun's good intentions. Shizun, I'm sorry. As he said this, Mei lowered his eyes. After a while he said, Mo ran, I'm sorry too. Mo ran had never blamed Mei for this. Although his initial good intentions towards Mei were due to Chu Wanning's wontons, Mei's tenderness towards him was real. Moreover, Mei was only following Chu Wanning's instructions. He didn't intend to take credit for it. Mo ran hurriedly said, No, don't mind this. How long has it been? He looked at Mei's face under the lantern light. He had never seen this face in his previous life, because in his previous life, Mei had already died at this time. His youth had withered away in the wind before he had reached his prime. This had become his lifelong pain. He didn't even have the chance to know that Mei would look like this when he was 24 years old. He was tall, his face was as white as jade, and his peach blossom eyes were full of spring water. He looked so gentle that he was afraid that when he was angry, he would soften. His tightly clenched and wrinkled heart slowly relaxed. He sighed inwardly and suddenly felt very happy. His heart felt very warm and stable. Although he felt that compared to the 19-year-old Mei, the 24-year-old Mei was a bit unfamiliar. He didn't feel as close as before. Perhaps it was because of this unfamiliarity that he even had the absurd thought of Mei touching his calf. However, Mo ran felt that with some time he would slowly get used to it. As for feelings, he didn't want to force it anymore. He would just let nature take its course. He had been wandering around for 5 years, and it was hard to find any trace of him. During this time he had encountered several dangers. He didn't know if these were the deliberate actions of the fake North Star Alliance, but in short, the mastermind behind the scenes hadn't come out yet, nor had he been caught. Mo ran felt that the days ahead wouldn't be peaceful. He couldn't let his guard down. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life, He would protect the two people by his side for the rest of his life. Mo Ran temporarily let go of his inner demon. However, he didn't know that his inner demon was never idle. After letting him go, it went to another person. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too much that night, but Chu Wanning was very sleepy after returning home. He originally wanted to draw the blueprint of the new mecha overnight, but he was only halfway done when he started yawning. He tried to stay awake for a while but couldn't. Finally, he blinked his eyes sleepily and fell asleep on his bed without even changing his clothes. He was muddle-headed in his sleep and dreamt of many random things. First, it was the ranking of the outstanding cultivators in the cultivation world. Then it was the vigorous and strong body he saw in the wonderful sound pool. Under the dim candlelight, Chu Wanning frowned slightly. He seemed to want to get rid of this shameless dream, but he couldn't help it and gradually fell deeper. Then he had the same dream as before. The peak of life and death changed. The core heart palace was still the same, but the people had changed. The completely mature Mo Wei pinched his chin. His eyes were vicious and mocking, and he said filthy words to him. He said, "Let me do it once and I'll agree to your conditions." This Mo Wei was different from the Mo Ran he saw before. His expression was too crazy, and his handsome face was very pale. His skin wasn't the wheat-colored color he saw before. "Kneel down yourself, and lick me." Messy sentences came intermittently from the depths of the nightmare. It was as if something in his brain was about to shatter, break free of its shackles and pounce on Chu Wanning. He shuddered, but he was inexplicably excited. In his dream, he saw Mo Ran approaching him and tearing his clothes. The sound of clothes tearing had never been so clear. Then the dream suddenly turned black, as if he had sunk into a swamp. Like the countless times before, the dream was cut off here. If it was before, he would sleep peacefully after the dream was cut off, and there would be no more disturbances for the night. But today, for some reason, after the dream ended, there was a faint light in front of his eyes. Chu Wanning wanted to see clearly what was in front of him, but the new dream was very blurry, as if there was a layer of water vapor in between. He couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He only felt that it was a large area of scarlet. He couldn't see clearly, but his sense of smell and touch gradually became clearer as the dream unfolded. He even became more sensitive. He suddenly felt a burst of indescribable love and heat. He saw a strong body swaying in front of him, pressing down on him. Chu Wanning was shocked. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but his body didn't seem to belong to him, but to him in the dream. He felt that he couldn't stop trembling. He could hear the man's heavy breathing, the hot air blowing next to his ear. His lips touched his earlobe from time to time, but he didn't kiss him, nor did he take it in. He turned his head to the side. Underneath him was a large, soft bed. As the two of them moved, it creaked and shook. He could even smell the wild smell of a beast's fur. The bed seemed to be covered with animal skin. He wanted to reach out and grab the mattress while floating, but he didn't have the strength. That man was so fierce, so hard, as if he wanted to tear his body apart. He heard his own throat overflow with a hoarse and muddy groan. He shook his head in despair, wanting to break free. But that man's strength was so great, as if he could break his bones in his hands. Chu Wanning felt his scalp go numb. His whole body couldn't help but tremble violently. Maybe it was because the dream was too real and he was too tired. The next day, Chu Wanning didn't wake up until noon. After he woke up, he laid on the bed and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. He tilted his head. He seemed to be able to smell the smell of the animal skin in the dream, with a wild sweetness. But when he blinked, he was still lying on the cold and dark red sandalwood bed in the Red Lotus Pavilion. Everything was fine and there was nothing wrong. Except Chu Wanning froze. She slowly lowered her eyes and looked down at her lower body. Because of the Heart Sutra, Elder Yu Hong, who rarely had any physical reaction for many years, found that he actually shamefully had an erection in the morning. Could it be that all these years of cultivation had gone to the dog's stomachs? And those dreams yesterday, what were they? How could he dream of such a messy scene? How could this be? Could it really be because he saw Mo Ran's body at the wonderful sound pond and accidentally read that admirable dirty book? Chu Wanning's face darkened. He buried his face in his hands and rubbed it hard. When he raised his head again, it was still black. What was wrong with him? He pursed his lips. He wanted to soak himself in the cold lotus pond to cool down the heat in his heart. But before his feet touched the ground, he felt the barrier of the Red Lotus Pavilion fluctuate. Someone came in. Chu Wanning's expression immediately changed. She suddenly pulled the blanket to cover her lower body. That person's footsteps were also fast. It was likely that he had used Qinggong to come here. He heard the door knock twice. Shizun, are you awake? It was the same voice as the man in the dream, but in the dream the voice was deeper and more moist. It was soaked in endless love and passion. But the voice outside the door was gentle and respectful. It even carried a bit of worry. It was probably because it saw that Chu Wanning still hadn't woken up so late, so it was a bit anxious. Chu Wanning leaned against the bed and hugged the blanket. Hearing this voice, the wall between the dream and reality seemed to collapse. The lingering sentiments and fierce collisions in the dream were all lit up one by the voice of the person outside. As a result, his emotions surged and it was even harder to calm down. He was just about to lie down and pretend to sleep when he suddenly heard Mo Ran say from outside, Shizun, are you in the room? Fukin, I'll come in. I'll come in. It was obviously an ordinary and simple sentence, but it made Chu Wanning think of the man in the dream lying on top of him. His lips moved, and the masculine heat almost burned him. That person panted and said, Relax, I'm coming in. Chu Wanning's face suddenly flushed red. He sat on the bed in a daze. His clothes were disheveled, and his heart was on fire. His eyes seemed to be filled with hatred and unwillingness, but that hatred and unwillingness was like the gravel on the shore of a shallow beach. In the cold of winter it was cold and hard, and people didn't dare to look at it directly. But when the spring water melted and the tide flowed, these sharp teeth would be submerged in the soft and rippling waves, and there would be no trace of fierceness. He rarely felt so embarrassed and helpless, and he almost never felt such a strong desire. He stayed in place until Mo Ran pushed open the door and came in. Then he suddenly reacted. He wanted to pretend to sleep, but it was too late. As a result, when Mo Ran came in, he saw Chu Wanning sitting on the bed. His black hair spread over his body, and under the sunlight, his face was like an ice lake. That person's eyebrows and eyes were very sharp. When he raised his eyes to stare at him, it was like a frost blade that had just been cut, and a few inches of cold light flowed out from the scabbard. However, the corners of his eyes were thin red, so the cold light was tinged with charm and gentleness. His hatred was entangled with humiliation, as if someone had just tortured him and done something indescribable to him. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and moist water. Mo Ran looked at him silently. This man was like a bud that grew out of a thicket of thorns, causing him to suddenly slow down his breathing. He felt as if a huge rock had fallen into his chest, setting off a huge wave that covered the sky and covered the earth.